You're on the bamboo raft and they're doing these limestone like mud massages all over your body and whatnot.
Women. So why is it that black men can't look at it the same way? A lot of people have a problem when black men look at value for money or look at value for time. See, black men are not supposed to ask black women for the same value that black women want from black men. See, they're not supposed to do that.
Oh, stop right there. Stop right there.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
And you know what? I got to do it the long way. Shout out to Andre Cantor.
Se lo perdió Raifi y ahora de contragolpe Donovan, se le va larga Donovan, la quiere por derecha Altidor, al área viene, necesita por arquero, Donovan, ¡gol! ¡Gol! ¡Gol!
That's right. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, my good friend and brother and fellow three king of the black manosphere, for making that powerful point. See, you're not supposed to actually rate the young ladies. This is the reason why black women don't want no ratings. They don't want to know where they rank. They don't want to, and you don't want you asking them what you gonna do for me. They don't want you asking them what do you bring to the table. They don't want no identifiers or qualifiers as to offer. Nothing. They bring nothing to the table. Nothing. Zero. They admitted it. They said maybe 10% of black women 40 and above have something to offer. 10%. That's 1 out of every 10 black women. The other 9, throw them in the trash in terms of the mating market. They said it. I didn't say it. They said it. Isn't confession a beautiful thing? You know, it's funny. These ladies, complain about me and complain about the black man's. I've been saying this for years. Ladies, you want to shut us down? All you got to do is just step forward and testify. 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 Come on, testify. Just admit that everything we've been saying here is true. Give us a detailed confession. You can shut this thing down tomorrow. You can shut it down today. Only 1 out of every 10 black women 40 and above brings something worthwhile to the table for a brother that's got his act together to make a deal. All the rest, forget about it. Forget about it. It's a done deal. And they want these brothers to come back to the community so they can get robbed, disrespected, heckled, hectored, harassed, intimidated, threatened. Some of them shot and killed. Some of them beat to death. Some of them stabbed to death to take care of, this is what it comes down to, my brothers, to take care of these ladies' babies that they made with someone else. Why does it always come back to sex? Well, you tell me. You the one having sex with these dudes. You tell me why it always come back down to sex. They don't see you as sexual beings. They don't even see you as human beings, my brothers. I played the tape.
I don't want to be with that.
They see you as a human doing. They see you as a drone in the black Borg, the black female Borg hive mind. And once you have performed your purpose, you are sent off, cast off. And now you see the reason why all this discussion about the passport bras, all over social media, TikTok, YouTube, Clubhouse, Henhouse. What can we do to get them to stay? That ship has already sailed, sis. That ship has already sailed. You should have thought about that last year when you was out there dancing on Kevin's grave. And that's right, my brother. They want you to come back for the free. They don't even want you to come back at market rate. Well, they can't come back. They can't have you come back at market rate because they can't afford it. They can't afford the market rate. They can't afford it. That's what they want you to do. Let's continue the tape. Fair use, fair use.
That's the issue. Black men are not supposed to get value. They're not supposed to ask for the worth. Although women can demand it, you want these guys be competitive. We're living in a world where nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes you anything because you're black. Nobody owes you anything because you're a woman or because you're a man. You have to compete for what you want. And if you don't want something, just say it. But don't expect black men are going to bring their talents over there to where you're at because they don't want to put up with what them being passed over. Again, it's dumb. It's dumb for us to even talk like this. Although we do. So many times we're talking stupid. We're talking very stupid. We're talking dumb. And we're not being serious. Black people, we need to be serious. So, you know, and the consequence of not being serious is people have the right not to want to deal with you. Oh, you're not serious? All right, I'm out. You're not serious? I'm out. Facts. Okay? You're not serious? I'm out. It is what it is. If you don't like it, it's your problem. You either give value or you get looked over.
So let me stop right there. It's almost at the end of the tape anyway. Let me give my man Radarin, even though he didn't super chat this, but damn it, I'm gonna give him Allahu Akbar anyway.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Radarin says something that is so apropos. My brothers, he says, gentlemen, whenever a woman wants you to do something, tell them book a session. Here. You want these lovely ladies want you to do for the community, book a session. Give them your Instagram. Here you go. You can hit me up for a session. We'll arrange it.
Hit him up. Hit him up.
You think they're going to hit you up? No, they want you to do it for the free. No, scratch that. They want you to do it on your dime. That's what they want. No. My man Buck Dodgers in the building with the $5 super chat. He says he underscores the point. Appreciate you, brother. He says, don't you ever come here empty-handed again. You pay for the pleasure of my company. Daniel Day-Lewis as William Cuddy, Gangs of New York. Boom. Exactly.
Gangs of New York. Wow.
Oh, the jig is up now. The jig is up.
Guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again.
Yeah. Appreciate you, O'Shea. appreciate you for setting that up for us. That's right. That was the Cliff Notes version of this interview that Dr. Umar Johnson just did just on Friday. We have obtained the full tape, and we're going to be going to that momentarily. But before we do, we've got to get the talking points memo. Keep those super chats and cash apps rolling in. We will acknowledge all of them before we get off the air today. Each and every last single one we will acknowledge on the air in appreciation of you supporting today's show. Let's go to the talking points memo of today's show. Number one, why won't Dr. Umar Johnson ask Pookie, Ray Ray, and Derek Jackson to do for the community? Why won't he ask them to do it? Why is he going after the brothers that the ladies didn't want, that he himself has acknowledged they didn't want, because he one of them? Why is he going to them to go to the community? Why don't you go to Pookie and Ray Ray and Derek Jackson to do it? That's who black women would want to be fucking on and sucking on and grinding on. Go ask them to do it.
Go ask them.
Now, I'm already asking the question. I already know the answer. I want to hear Dr. Umar Johnson confess it. Why don't you go and ask them to do it? Why? Go ask them to do it. That's right, my man Radon. That's right. Brothers, in 2023, black women, that you are not bumping bellies. See, I only take care of women that I bump bellies with. See, let me show you something. See this woman right here? That's the only woman I take care of. And that's for good reason. Any other woman want me to do something for them? My man, you know what? Hold on a second. You know what? Let me write that down. Here you go. Any other woman that wants me to do something for me, here you go. It's right there on the screen. See, when more brothers, particularly non-select brothers, start saying that, book a session. Because see, they ladies know what it is that, see, they think that a lot of non-select brothers are hard up for some ass. You got to prove them wrong. Book a session. Book a session. Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do that? Sure. Book a session. Book a session. Mm-hmm. Unless that woman is like your mom, you know where we going with this. Your mom, your sister, Nana, auntie, your wife, your wifey, your lady friend. That's different. But if there's other women that you ain't got no connection to, y'all ain't connected on any level, y'all ain't bumping belly to belly, y'all ain't bumping, y'all ain't got no DNA connect. Y'all, this is supposed to be some community stuff. Okay, great. Book a session.
Yeah, book a session.
Book a session. You ain't got no problem booking a session with Ace Metaphor. You ain't got no problem booking a session with Derek Jackson. You ain't got no problem cash apping Dr. Umar Johnson. You gonna cash app Dr. Umar Johnson. You gonna cash app me too. Book a session. You want me to do something for you? Book a session. And I even talk about this in the ladies' edition of the Book of Obsidian. The best platonic friends money can buy. That's the name of the chapter. Book a session. I charge you the way that Din Djarin charges the people to do the jobs in The Mandalorian. You want me to do a job? Book a session. I'll do it for you. I'll get the job done. Black women know who to go to get the job done. Make no mistake about it. When they want to go to a man that gives them the
nice, big, juicy,
they know exactly where to go. Black women want a man who
they definitely know where to go. They definitely know where to go.
They know exactly where to go. And when they want a brother that could take them somewhere, brother that could take them out, brother that could mentor their children, brother that could pick their kids up from school, brother that could cut their grass, brother that could put the plaster on the wall, brother that could do the roof, brother that could fix the toilet, brother that could fix the sink, brother that could do this, brother that could do, they ain't know exactly who to go to, my brother. You know what the problem is? The problem is you ain't telling them to book a session. You sitting there all googly-eyed thinking that you're going to get up in them wobbly yams. You're not.
You're not.
She already got a guy to do that. In some cases, several guys to do that. You're not. getting out of the friend zone has an 80% failure rate. 80. You know what? No, hold on. Let me write that down. Write that down. Write that down. I'm going to write it down right now.
That's a fact. You're never going to get out. You're never going to get out.
Understand this, my non-select brothers. Getting out of the friend zone. This is science. It's not my opinion. Science has an 80% failure rate. 80%. Okay? You are not getting out of that friend zone, but this is what you can do. This is what you can do. You can tell them to book a session. That's right, Mr. Hill. You want them to change your oil? Book a session. That's right, Brandon. You want me to mount that TV on your wall? Book a session. That's right, Naughty American. You want me to free Mickey D's for your bastard kids? Book 2 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want me to move that fridge? Book a session. Yeah. You want me to fix that key fob because your car won't start? Build a session. That's right, book a session. Flat tire? Book a session. Yeah, I'll hook you up. You want me to take out the trash? Book a session. That's what you do. I'll hook you up. Hook you right up. Yeah. Brake pads squeaking. Need an oil change? Book a session. Change that battery for the smoke alarm? You know all that's all about. Book a session. Yeah. See, if you already had a man that you was bumping bellies with on the regular, you could go to him and get him to do it. And if you're bumping bellies, ladies, with a man who can't do these things for you, then you got a much deeper problem. If all he good for is for giving you some
A nice, big, juicy.
then you deserve to be ass out. You deserve to be ass out because you giving up the best part of yourself. You guacking and everything else for a man who can't do a goddamn thing for you other than giving you some BJC. That's your bad. Need a new door installed because Marquavius tried to kick it in? Book a session. That's right. You want me to help swap out that garage door panel? Book a session. Gas in the car? Book a session. Mount the TV on the wall? Book a session.
Book a
Need help
session.
cleaning those gutters? Book a session.
Book a session.
Book a session. That's what you do. Book a session. That's what you do. See, sisters that got sense says, okay, I'm gonna bump bellies only with the dudes who could do something for me. But not in Black America. No. See, in Black America, you go ahead and get dudes who can't do a goddamn thing else for you other than blow your back out. Then you want all the other brothers that you dangle the possibility of sex to do something for you. That day is over. Build a cupboard, book a set. Yo, I was on Clubhouse. This lady was mad as a wet hen because she knew this dude wanted to hit. She knew this dude wanted to hit it. So she put it out there, dangled the possibility of sex. Shout out to the late, great Alan Roger Curry, Mode 1 master. Dangled the possibility of sex. He'd go and build the table, but see, the joke was on her ass because come to find out, he couldn't build for shit. The table fell apart. I bust out laughing. I was right there in the room. I came off the mic, bust out laughing. Ha, you dumb bitch. That's what you get. That's what you get. You want that shower head swapped on, book a session. Kids need a ride to school, book a session. You want them kids bunk beds to hook up, book a session.
Book a session.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Book a session. The smart ladies understand I'm going to bump bellies with dude that can do all these things. The smart lady, but see, in Black America, we can say with confidence there ain't many ladies that are very smart. They're not. That's right. His brother right here says, I do HVAC. I charge the women extra. Goddamn right.
Wow. This guy is something else.
I'm looking for a woman young enough to have children because I don't have children and I want to be a dad. So I'll give you everything if you give me everything. Couldn't even get to that point. But I could have that conversation with a woman in the Philippines like I had with Jayan, and she would say, okay, tell me more.
The Passport bro is a term used to describe a Western man who leaves their country in order to find a woman from a non-Western country. There's many reasons they do this. Some can't find a partner in their own countries, some are seeking more traditional relationships, and some just have a preference for foreign women. It's a controversial topic.
But guys, you gotta think, not only are there better women,
What else?
bro, it's just a higher quality of life for the low. Like,
sure.
bro, that was way above my, like, I love women, obviously, but like the quality of life for the price was like the top, bro. And because you live sick out here for the cheap, bro. Like, these countries be lit.
And that's the thing. You can't even really focus on becoming the best version of you or really becoming the type of guy that's going to attract a high quality mate.
Yeah.
If you, like, you know what I'm saying, are under so much pressure and you're not in a good position to be able to, like, you know, just live a stress-free life. Because, like, how you going to be a good partner and get a good woman when you're here stressing about bills and stuff?
Yeah, bro,
So you
that ain't it.
come out the country, you're instantly cutting your expenses literally to 25% of what you're going to be spending in America.
Guys, you move to Cambodia, inflation there is under 1%.
You can live in Cambodia extremely comfortably for about $600 a month. Like,
Think about
no
that,
cap. And that's
guys. Think about
transportation,
that,
housing,
guys.
food, and a little bit of extra entertainment.
Yeah,
like
man.
$600, bro.
Yeah, man. You go to Albania, boy.
Yeah,
About
there's
1,000.
Many
Come on,
places
man.
you could stay. Come on, man.
Because a lot of Western women believe that it's exploitation. Now, exploitation does happen, but this is a bad overgeneralization. And the reason it's bad is because it insinuates that all women from these countries are either desperate, uneducated, or deceitful, which is just not true.
So how do American women feel about these passport bros? Well, they are coming in with some heat, but it looks like passport bros and their foreign women are ready for them. This is very interesting.
When you pay attention to the passport bros, like they're getting women from like
I've
the
seen them
DR,
before.
Colombia, the Philippines, Thailand.
Mind you, one of them had an OnlyFans. Just so
She's
you know.
trying to give you knowledge about
Most
social
racist.
economics.
She's so
Why
much
are they
better
so
than the
racist?
overseas women, bro.
Yeah, bro.
They're very
Yeah.
I don't think
racist.
too many
Yeah,
like
you're real educated.
too many overseas women really on OnlyFans
Nah,
like
they're
that,
not.
bro. Not even in the UK.
It's illegal in a lot of countries.
Think about that.
Thailand, you
Yeah,
can't
bro.
really be on OnlyFans. Like,
Yeah.
Cambodia, I don't think you can. And
Philippines, right?
You can't.
It's
Just
not.
like a digital sex worker law.
And Malaysia.
So, yeah, bro.
And then think
They're not
about like
women.
even a rich country like the UK, bro. Like the girls still kind of care about their rep, bro. They said, "Fine, nigga, we'll
it's
leave
not
that to
nearly-
America, bro."
It's a little more common out there, but I get what you're
A
saying.
little more, but a lot of women still don't do that, do they? I thought a lot of women don't.
UK and Australia is Western, bro. They
are.
They get
Okay.
down.
I thought to a certain extent a lot of
Yeah.
the women still didn't, but maybe I'm wrong.
I know a lot of OF girls over
In the
there.
UK?
In
Okay,
the UK
fair
and
enough.
in Australia, but for sure, Colombia, Philippines, Thailand.
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
not
okay,
really
fair
on
enough.
that type of time because it's traditional.
Like women that can speak very little English, women that don't have
And
education, women that
But
need them, women that need
women
them.
are raised to be wives.
Oh, See, but look
So
at
let me
this dusty
correct
nigga.
this.
He didn't even go into defense. He said, but. He like literally.
I know,
let her
like, he's
basically get
trying
all
to
those
agree.
points off, and he didn't
Yeah.
refute. He said, but they're raised to be wives.
Yeah,
So
man.
he's actually a bad representation of a passport.
Yeah,
bro.
that was a
'Cause
bad
the women here
reaction.
are actually hella smart, bro. Like,
Nah,
we
a
just
lot-
had
so
some
many of
cool
them.
girls
So many
showing
of
us
them.
around, and they're literally in nursing school. They're in their 2nd
Mm-hmm.
year, literally going to college to actually become nurses, and they're literally starting to think about how they want to position themselves in
Yeah.
the medical field.
That's a crazy overgeneralization. And you have to keep in mind that, bro, like, obviously it's good to go to the cheaper ones because your money goes so much further, but Passport Bros is eating in Japan,
Yep.
Korea,
Talk to me.
freaking Germany,
Oh yeah, bro.
Austria,
Sweden,
bro. Like, I went to Austria, bro. I was getting love, dog. Like, so,
Amsterdam, Belgium.
yeah, that's what I'm
everywhere,
saying, bro. Like, 'cause you
Yeah.
just become so much more exotic and a commodity, and you're not taken for granted as much. You're more rare. So, you know what I'm saying? Girls, even that are richer, you know, and especially in Asia, where they kind of all have somewhat of similar culture, they're still raised to be wives, guys.
Yeah,
so,
bro,
like, a
the
Japanese girl,
girls gonna treat you right.
bro, they still like respect men. You know what I'm saying? They don't got men being buffoons on TV shows and stuff of that nature, affecting the culture. They still respect a masculine man, especially a Westerner that's like big, and they be like big, strong
bro.
Westerner.
Yeah, they give us love
Yeah,
out
bro.
here, guys.
So yeah.
The Philippines ranked 18 out of 112 countries in the world in English proficiency. So yes, they are pretty good when it comes to English.
Why do you think so many men are traveling overseas to find wives in other countries?
Because they're
Men are traveling overseas to find wives. Why? I'm right here. I'm single. Why? I want to be married.
Why are you single?
Right, but I'm saying, do you typically see women traveling overseas
If
to find
men are
husbands?
traveling overseas to countries that have less money and less education, it's because they want a woman who is dependent on them for their livelihood, for their resources, to have a good life. And I don't think that is a good thing.
A lot of the men I know that go overseas to find wives are not great dudes.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, they're pervy.
Only men who like to go overseas to find a partner is men who like to prey on vulnerable women. Because when you go find a wife in the Philippines or Thailand or Eastern Europe or wherever these places are that are overseas, I'm assuming you mean they're more biddable, that they're less outspoken, they don't demand anything of you, that they're just happy to be rescued from their poverty-stricken life of no opportunity.
What do you mean by that? Bro, they have standards. I've been curved overseas, bro. It's not like every girl's just like, yep, I'm gonna give you box. Like, no, bro. Like,
Same here, dog. Like those girls, I've had some girls cut me off real quick, bro. And I'm like, do some stuff they don't like, or they see you still talk to this girl, bro. They dip off there. They're not desperate because there's literally no shortage of men, and like they're not like they swear that all these girls literally have to go to the local watering hole, dog, to go get water and bring it 3 miles to their back to their village or something. Like, dog, this is our modern civilizations, bro. Like talking about the Philippines, like, bro, we're up in the Philippines, posted. Beautiful. You be up in Eastern Europe posted.
Country.
There's Mercedeses, bro, luxury penthouses, condos, 5-star restaurants.
And I'm pretty sure like Albania is, I want to say, above America. All right, I know Hungary is definitely above America with average IQ, and they're considered like an Eastern European country. So like, come on, man. That's your favorite
spot.
Uneducated,
Hungry, bro. They
my
got
favorite
the baddest,
spot.
They got the baddest.
They got the baddest. Come on, what you talking about? What you talking about, uneducated,
See,
bro?
that's what I'm saying. That goes to show how uneducated they actually are,
bro. Do
Because
your
they don't even do
research.
any research.
I
They
know,
just
say stuff.
Yes, they're not even cultured. They don't even got a passport. They don't travel. They don't even know what it's like, bro. They probably can't even afford to live in BGC or Manila, dog.
Nah, for real though. Come on, man. You even got money like that?
Man, it was Congo.
Spoken. They coming at this lady hard for doing this video. Think she down in passport, bros? They came at her instead. Look at all these Filipinas. Heal, my dear. A queen doesn't break another queen's crown.
That's what I'm saying. You're supposed to have the sticking up for your fellow woman.
Uplifting.
I know, bro. Putting them down.
Degrees of separation because they're literally more desirable than you, bro. Literally, you're a single mom. You old and you rusty, bro. That's why you're on here complaining because you cannot get a man, and you literally know, bro. 10 out of 10 times, these foreign girls are about to blow you off the water, dog. It's like you can't even hold.
You can't compete, bro.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, nigga will never choose you over these girls in other countries, bro. That's why you salty, bro. It's like a praying. I'm not
fucking salty. We're too salty.
For them and celebrate. They don't like that this lady made this video about us passport blue book gentlemen. Another comment. Jealousy and bitterness is in her. It's so obvious.
We don't talk enough about how passport bros are just predators.
I'm not a predator if I sleep with women in America, but if I sleep with women outside of America, I'm a predator.
That's
got
weird.
you. Yes, that means you stop sleeping with people in different states too, right? You live in Florida. Don't sleep with somebody in Chicago. You're a predator. Logic.
So how do these foreign women feel about this trend? Well, it looks like they love it, and they are actually welcoming passport pros and aggressively defending them online. It's crazy.
Thank you, brother.
First, it's none of your business. Second, it's their money. It's their life. And it's not foreign women's fault if American men fall for them instead of you. You must understand, like us Filipino, we are naturally sweet and naturally compassionate.
So sweet, bro.
Doesn't
so sweet, bro.
Like a tablespoon of
guys. As a
chocolate
culture,
syrup.
they literally love romance, guys, and like you get the taste of that. It's the best, man.
The other day, dog, I was at dinner, dog.
Talk to him,
group
brother.
of people. This girl I was taking out, she was feeding me noodles with chopsticks, bro. It's a beautiful thing.
Cute.
Pause. I was slurping it up and with a smile on my face.
That's lit,
Pause.
man. That's
you feel
sick,
me,
bro.
But
That's
yeah.
Haven't you ever watched a movie where a girl gets played by a guy? You all have, but the other way around is not that common because women are all angelic, flawless, and deserve a pedestal. Just kidding. Remember the following quote: men who use their money to attract women hate gold diggers, and women who use their bodies to attract men hate men who use them for quick action. You get what you give is a phrase all of us have heard at some point, but these modern women don't seem to understand it. Modern women are giving men enough reasons to quit the dating scene, and of course, men are not really into marriage anymore. Tables have turned because back in the day, men would fight for a woman to have kids, and now it's the other way around. In other less traditional cases, these women are just looking for attention, validation, likes, and overall engagement. And yeah, some pics from Chad and or Tyrone. In other words, these women are using men, but nobody calls them out.
Your mama should have named you Desperate, because that's all you are. She down bad. How you the biggest pick me and don't get picked? Don't make sense. Maybe if she was just chill, let the cheeks just do their thing, then she would have got some head turns. But now she over here hopping around like a bunny rabbit, like Kangaroo Thought. Like, come on. You can see she zoomed in on somebody that wasn't even paying her no mind. Oh, boy is probably part of the LGBTQ. That was probably his boyfriend, I don't know. But either way, he was not attracted to you, boo.
In today's video, guys, you'll know more about why men are increasingly done with dating, the actions women take to push men to go their own way, and much more. Stick around because I'm sure you're going to love this one. But before we go any further, let me share the comment of the day. Shout out to Athletic Milk. They said, "When you run a tight ship, you tend to sail alone. Fellas, never be ashamed of your standards, especially when you consider how much is stacked against you." Well said, a life lesson summed up right there, guys. Please don't forget to reach out to us by email to claim your $5. As usual, guys, I'll pick one comment from each video. It may be the funniest, the most liked, or one that touched me, so don't forget to leave a comment and you may be our next winner. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe buttons too, as it helps a lot. And now, back to the video. Today's day and age has nothing to do with the age of modesty, values, and beautiful families, at least in the insane Western world. Some guys still hope that they marry a good girl, have babies with her, and build a beautiful family. However, many girls are not looking for a genuine partner, but rather a bunch of guys who will give them unlimited attention to feed their ego. Hold on, let me be less extreme for a moment. Women who use guys do so in various ways. It's not only for attention, obviously, but also for money, resources, and time. It all boils down to the same principle, namely, an unfair exchange of value, or her extracting your most precious assets from you. By assets, I mean energy and resources. That's why on this channel, you guys never stop hearing things like, chase a check, never chase a chick. These women should be chasing good men, and not just attention and dick. Anyways, men are tired of getting played and being called names even if they treat women nicely. The gym situations going on showcase this whole idea. A man might be trying to help a girl who has trouble with weights, but in her eyes, he's just a predator, molester, and perv all in one. Not all guys are so lustful that they think about getting in women's pants all the time. Some of them are just nice, respectful guys, altruistic enough to dedicate some of their time to a person facing difficulties. While in other cases, the girl just puts herself in front of the guy despite having other places where no guy could ever gaze at her.
Oh, it's such a good day in the gym. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Oh, the roof is looking really like a roof today. Oh, you know what? Let me check the weather on my phone. Ah, good weather. Oh, what's the Bitcoin price look like today? Let me log in on my computer to check.
Again, the gym thing might seem extreme, but it's a good example of what modern women do these days. They don't learn to cook, clean, and be housemakers. They don't respect men, and if they do, the man at hand must meet a long list of requirements a 1% of men really meets. But this kind of man is often too busy to deal with stupidity and time-wasting activities and people. Men are fed up with women, so they go ahead and chase excellence and simply more fulfilling activities that don't involve any false allegations, legal trouble, and the like. When women, especially if they're left over or have hit the wall, wonder where the good men are, They really just don't know where to look for them, or in other cases, they're just too disagreeable that they find no man willing to put up with them, their bullshit, and their high expectations. The rise of MGTOW is a byproduct of the craziness of modern-day women who have no integrity and want all the authority without responsibility. In fact, I came across a tweet from a woman who said men are not strong enough to handle the sexual past of a woman they love. This is not a debate. In response to that, another user said, "You misspelled, I was a cum depository and now no one will commit to me." To illustrate why men are escaping the dating scene or even going overseas to find wives and not 304s, a Quora user explained perfectly what men think of this whole situation. The author's name is Andrew, so shout out to him for posting this brilliant answer to the question, why is it so rare for men to pursue women like they used to? They all seem to be blah and passive about courting women and planning dates. Why? Before you see Andrew's answer, let's stop for a moment. So far, you've already seen many of the reasons why men stopped dating, and if you're a MGTOW, you probably have good ones. This is the kind of question some women ask after not being able to land a Prince Charming, but only guys who will only use her body and throw her back on the streets. She might have even dated or banged a nice guy who thought of her as a lovely person and not just a piece of meat. But that kind of guy wasn't as exciting as a bad boy who does what he wants and commits to no one and nothing but his mundane desires. As for the dates, 50 Cent has something funny to say about it.
Who pays on a first date? Who pays? Who pays on the first date?
Whoever idea was to go on the date.
Such a genius, I should say. Anyway, let's see what Andrew's got to say about men not courting women like they used to. Men are tired of trying to prove themselves to women through showy acts that have nothing to do with who they are on the inside. Taking women out for elaborate dinners and entertainment, showing them everything they'd do for them, this has nothing to do with who men are, and men are waking up to this outdated and manipulative paradigm. Romantic comedies promoting the outdated courtship paradigm have fooled men into thinking they need looks, money, etc. to have success in dating and relationships. There are so many heartbroken and lost men out there that are perplexed how women could simultaneously want a man who woos them with these behaviors and also a man who lives from his heart. I tell men to treat women you have just met like you would anyone else, kindly and friendly, and get to know them over time. Don't invest money to be showy, keep things simple, honest, and fun. Save the elaborate nights out for either an established partnership or for family and friends who you have an established heart connection with. It's time to abandon the archaic courtship paradigm and live life truthfully and from the heart. As much as he may sound corny, it's excellent how he articulates his perspective. Some women out there are so damn demanding that they want 666 guys without even being a triple F, aka fit, feminine, and friendly. Plus, it all gets even more outrageous when she expects the guy to take her to a $1,000 dinner as if she was a celebrity. First dates should be more relaxed and less serious. This ain't a f***ing job interview. In conclusion, the cons outweigh the pros, and thankfully men are waking up to modern scams that do them no good at all. Your ultimate duty as a man is to do the things that make you happy and free, and wanting modern women around you will not help you with any of those goals. Stay strong, guys. As always, I wish you tremendous success. Now it's your turn. What do you think? How did these modern-day women push you away? When did you wise up and stop taking the bait? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Remember that if you leave the best comment, you will get $5. Thank you so much for watching.
You know how to dance? You know how to dance? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Good, bro.
Yeah. Come on. Yes. 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 Oh. Look, I got 30 people outside. Yo, it's just wait for my mother. I was yo, relax. Yo, look, it's a video. Relax. Yo, look, it's a video. Yo, it's a video. up. Tell him back up. Oh, yo, what are you?
Somehow a guy doing this doesn't understand why a working man that likely grew up in a third world country isn't scared of him. Because when he doesn't outnumber someone half his size with his back turned, his demeanor is entirely different, as apparently he's now in police custody. And if you think you can recognize him, it's because he has a history of doing dumb things online for internet fame, as he was the guy trying to steal people's luggage, but would get super sensitive when it didn't make him look cool.
Like, I'm really on that. You don't know who I am? Google job. Stop playing me. What? Right now, what?
Now, looking at the Daily Voice, which I have zero affiliation with, it appears he's been arrested for the incident in Jersey where he took a worker's hat while wielding a scalpel, as the detectives were able to identify him by the YouTube video they posted with over 400,000 views before they took it down. He's now being charged with simple assault, terror threats, and possession, which Google suggests he may be looking at 40 to 100 years in prison, which I sadly doubt he'll get. But considering he was also wanted in the New York airport incident, where he was trying to steal luggage by pulling out a knife and saying he was going to put it into their face. So originally I thought, finally, NYPD gets a win by catching someone ruining their society. Maybe then they'll finally get some respect in the streets. But no, it appears this guy was caught by the US Marshals Fugitive Task Force, which this is a lot to unpack here. But first we have to address the growing trend of people committing crimes, but labeling them as pranks on social media, and thinking it's a viable defense in court. Now, although idiotic, I think I know what's happening, and I'll just label this as hood hookers for now. Because if you have a lady of the evening engaging with men, but for money, not allowed, straight to jail. But if that same lady engages with men, but uploads the video to the internet for money, she's now an e-girl entrepreneur. So when idiots get together saying, let's go to the airport with a blade and steal some luggage, maybe they thought, hey, this girl I know, 10 extra money. It's time for us to take the hood to the World Wide Web. Now obviously to me and you, that's the dumbest idea that will immediately backfire. But I just can't imagine why there's such a large group of people on the internet that insist on snitching on themselves through social media. Because it can't just be for clout.
You don't know who I am? Googling.
And not knowing the guy, I tried to Google search red hoodie man bun rapper guy, and an out-of-stock Barbie doll comes up first. So with all those internet stunts, exorbitant amounts of cash blown on recording music videos, and face tattoos, but you're still getting outranked by discontinued action figures of frat boys circa 2015, life is probably not going as planned. But maybe he just never anticipated the US Marshals would pick up NYPD slack. But it is the least of his worries, and it appears now Batman is fed up with his nonsense.
He think he gangster, he ain't no gangster. No, he's not. I know a gangster when I see one. Right.
So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription and maybe even a like on the video, but then go check out the other video on how thugging for online clout
Morons.
The Stop Cop City protest in Atlanta over the activists that lost their life in the alleged shootout with Atlanta police quickly turned into this.
Oh, they bombing the police car. Oh, they done bust the police car. Okay.
So even though we can clearly see police vehicles set ablaze,
take a look over here. If you pan over, I want to show you. This is what they were handing out at that protest. So it was a largely peaceful protest.
So how absurd is Fox 5's coverage right now? Please avert your eyes from them setting cop cars on fire. I'm telling you it's mostly peaceful, because Fox even ran this footage.
Just some of the moments that you could see that protesters were throwing bricks at. Hey, turn around. Can we go back? Someone actually, it looks like one of the Atlanta police.
So mostly peaceful until explosions cut off your live feed. But Fox wasn't the only network pushing this nonsense.
And you keep using these words, violent. And the only acts of violence against people that I saw were actually police tackling protesters.
Now to be fair, Andy No does point out that this contributor seems to be an activist and a friend of the deceased, so of course his narrative will be biased. But as the night went on, they set off fireworks and smashed windows of the accounting firm Deloitte. They smashed the windows and ATMs of the Wells Fargo Bank. because nothing teaches the police a lesson more than private businesses having to replace their windows and your neighbors not being able to withdraw cash or deposit paychecks. But Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens highlights a major factor to this protest.
Many of them don't even live in Atlanta or in the state of Georgia, and they don't represent the voices of Atlanta. And some of them were found with explosives on them.
So it appears there were several arrests, as Reuters classifies the night as gravely violent. CNN conveniently skips the destruction and fire and gets straight to the arrests. And Fox 5 sticks with mostly peaceful, which seems to be the dinosaur media's go-to slogan. And I guess it's not an outright lie, as people often highlight that O.J. Simpson had a mostly peaceful night his wife was murdered. Because some people just live in a bubble, as this Twitter user denies that the night his wife lie, as people often highlight that O.J. Simpson had a mostly peaceful night his wife was murdered. Because some people just live in a bubble, as this Twitter user denies that the riots are happening, but when faced with confirmation, they switch to, well, it's okay when we do it. Because Twitter accounts were outright calling for violence in Atlanta, inciting a night of rage to honor an activist, which thankfully it appears that account has now been suspended. But it's crazy that all of this started because a city wanted to turn a forest into police training grounds and an area for filmmaking. So somehow groups of rich people from out of town decided no, Atlanta should have a lawless autonomous zone instead. This is after Seattle's CHOP, aka the Chaz, aka the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, got 6 people shot, with 1 kid losing their life. And even in Atlanta, just a year ago, their autonomous zone had an 8-year-old lose their life as well. It's almost like these out-of-town activist types don't know or care about the long-term effects of their actions. As long as they get their social media moment, the cities seldom hold them accountable for the destruction, and society's short-term memory moves on to the next controversial police interaction. It's almost like this hyper-left movement preys upon useful idiots, and just hopes that you won't find all the social media video for yourself and stitch together what's really going on here. So if you appreciate my concise, no BS commentary on what they want you to ignore, subscribe to this channel, check out these shirts and mugs over at decoyvoice.com, then watch my video on how the freeways in Los Angeles just got terrifying. The NHL's Philadelphia Flyers recently introduced their rainbow flag Pride practice jerseys, but defenseman Ivan Provorov refused to wear them.
I respect everybody's choices. My choice is to stay true to myself and my religion. That's all I'm going to say.
So of course the left-wing dinosaur media is jumping at the opportunity to cancel Provorov.
If this is that much of a problem for him to maybe assimilate into his group of teammates and in the community and here in this country, that's okay. Listen, you can feel any way you want. But the beauty is, if it bothers you that much, there's always a chance to leave, go back where you feel more comfortable.
Because nothing screams tolerance more than telling immigrants, accept my values or go back to your own country. But he wasn't the only one.
Could change with the NHL. I think you find the Flyers $1 million for this. I'm not kidding. Figure this out and stop offending people on nights where it's not about that. It's supposed to be about inclusivity.
So punishing organizations that refuse to strip religious freedoms of employees is the new liberalism. But it's not enough that the Flyers have gone full out in their pride messaging, embracing that hockey is for everyone. Even if they're not wearing the jerseys, they still superimpose a flag over you, and go as far as to have their players read their messages like POWs.
We believe that athletes should be judged by their character, work ethic, and talent.
We pledge to make our locker room a safe place for everyone.
We are committed to creating a culture of respect.
And to me at least, I think those deadpan endorsements are almost worse than saying nothing at all, because it truly shows how insincere this messaging is amongst the players that are actually going along with it, as it appears the Flyers coach actually supports the player's choice.
He's being true to himself and to his religion. This has to do with his belief in his religion. And it's one thing I respect about Provi. He's always true to himself. And so that's where we're at with that.
And the official NHL messaging actually agrees that players should have the right to refuse their initiatives. But of course, the NHL supporting player freedom and diversity of thought gets slammed on Twitter. People demanding that Provorov be punished, suspension, and dock his pay. But doubtful the NHL will do that, as a former Virginia Tech soccer player that got benched over refusing to kneel for BLM just got a reported $100,000 settlement. Now others are trying to say the NHL wouldn't let it slide if this was over the military or law enforcement, outright forgetting the ongoing protests and pro sports against law enforcement and the flag, as if it wasn't co-opted by the leagues themselves. But leave it to them to deduce it to, it's just an inclusive practice jersey. It can't contradict your beliefs. So we're officially here, where they believe your rights end where their emotions begin, because I think they should wear whatever they want. Pride jersey, home country jersey, MAGA jersey. I know it's just a marketing ploy that works. I'm not going to many Dodger games, but I'm more likely to go on their Korean Heritage Nights. It's just that for most people, it's not important that you need to celebrate my life. But for some reason, the powers that be have decided with this particular movement, you have to wear their mark or you will be exiled. But the tide is turning because it seems the average NHL viewer is saying enough, as it appears Provorov's jersey has actually sold out online. Now that being said, he does appear to be a starter for the Flyers, and seems to be the third highest paid player on the team, so his jersey selling out could be normal. But remember Alejandro Villanueva of the NFL's Pittsburgh Steelers. When he was the only player to come out for the national anthem, his jersey sold out. Jonathan Isaac of the NBA's Orlando Magic, when he was the only player that would stand for the national anthem, his jersey sold out. So it's almost like the leagues are starting to find out, no matter how much you cater to the woke Twitter mob, they're not going to suddenly buy jerseys and season courtside tickets. And that's probably why the NHL is telling them to kick rocks. But I do find it interesting how law enforcement is utilizing this movement, because it's hard for a politician to shout, defund the police, when the police look like this. So for more concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, subscribe to this channel, then check out the video on the baby getting knocked onto the train track and how Portland's justice system failed her.
Wow.
In Los Angeles, California, a man in a Tesla stops a driver on the freeway and hops out with a pipe in his hand.
What?
Then later, the same guy tries to get a different driver, then attacks a third driver right after.
The fuck is
A
wrong with this
growing
guy?
number of people have come forward saying they too were attacked by a mystery man in a gray Tesla.
So for this guy to still be on the loose after all this time, with all this video evidence, either Los Angeles has truly become a lawless city, or Tesla's marketing team has just gone nuts, promoting the immersive Grand Theft Auto 5 Tesla Edition. But what truly has Los Angeles plunging into video game levels of crime? According to the Los Angeles Times, it's Donald Trump in Trump's California. Because according to them, since Kern County has a higher murder rate compared to Los Angeles County, and over 2 years ago, Trump got almost 54% of the vote, and in Merced County, ranked number 2, he had no lead, and Tulare County at number 3, he had almost 53% of the vote, somehow the LA Times blames Orange Man, because in their mind, having a mere 3% to 0% favor makes everything Trump's fault. Never mind the fact that they use the technicality that murder implies conviction. So is it crime that's actually occurring, or the conviction that actually registers that number? And Los Angeles County's just juking their stats with ineptitude? I don't know. So that's why it's good to have the browser extension from Ground News, where they show you not only the ownership and factuality of media outlets like the Los Angeles Times, but also their typical political bias in their reporting. So looking at the coverage of Tesla Pipe Guy, you can compare how the left and right media outlets sensationalize stories in their headlines. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring today's video, and check out your blind spots by clicking the link in the description for ground.news/decoy. And using their browser extension, I can see right off Twitter KTLA's bias compared to who else is reporting on the story, as they said the driver was simply recording him attacking another car, but once the guy saw him recording, he cut him off, then started hitting his car with the pipe, and how the driver didn't know what to do because he didn't want to go from victim to criminal by defending himself. Which is a common theme that we've seen in all my coverage of my hometown Los Angeles. When a lady with a pickaxe starts breaking down glass windows over your baby, the victim just hopes she gets the care she needs. When a guy purposely runs over you and your baby in an alleyway, they gotta let him out with just probation. And when a crazy person goes on an hour-and-a-half stabbing spree across the city, somehow blame the housing crisis. But simply put, Californians are stupid. Listen to the cheers Governor Newsom gets with his galaxy brain take on crime.
They sell fear. They sell fear and panic when it comes to crime and immigration, but they sell calm and indifference when the threat is greenhouse gases destroying our planet or big oil raking in record windfall profits at your expense.
because it's those pesky Republicans in Texas and Florida that are raising gas prices in just specifically California. But I guess at this point I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla Pipe Guy isn't on the Democrats' payroll, and he's just aggressively encouraging people to drive electric vehicles just like him. So if you appreciate concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, subscribe to this channel, click the link for ground.news/decoy, and check out the video of the mind-breaking moment of liberal Californians realizing what they're actually voting for.
Freaking stupid. Can't even with these people. It's Trump's fault. I can't even with these people. They're fucking carrot or teeth.
WDSU News in New Orleans, Louisiana reports on this guy stopping a carjacking with a bowl of gumbo, but also reporting that the city is seeing a 35% increase in vehicle thefts, but predictably, the former New Orleans police commander advises citizens to not protect their property, warning that most carjackers are armed. Just to be a good witness, let them go and just replace your belongings. Which I get it, they want citizens to be safe, and lately, police can provide very limited protection in deep blue cities. As I live in the liberal utopia that is Los Angeles, and LAPD recently put out their notice on the increasing crime wave, but only provided instructions on how to be a better victim. So when the guy's getting carjacked in New Orleans, he knew he made a mistake by protecting his property, but he just got fed up with the crime, stating that he just later filed a police report online. And if the coppers don't have anyone available to come take your report, I'm guessing there isn't anyone available to investigate the crime either. But New Orleans has plenty of footage of car theft in broad daylight.
You're just hopping out, robbing everybody's damn cars in the parking lot, bro.
Hey, we see you robbing that. We see you over here. That cop coming.
Where I found this guy on Twitter showing a video of someone trying to steal his car just seconds after he went inside, stating he was going to move out of New Orleans over its out-of-control crime. But interestingly enough, he seems to have a strong dislike for Republicans, reposting celebrations of the death of a military veteran of 14 years that lost her life because she was trespassing during a protest, and somehow still believes in segregation. Now, I'm not trying to call somebody out that disagrees with me politically, that's not what this is about, but I see this as one of two things. Either he wasn't actually watching the Speaker of the House vote and is just parroting something he saw other NPCs saying, or he's very politically involved and actually watches the Republicans vote in their Speaker of the House. He's so involved that he knows how much the Democrats ran on demonizing law enforcement, but somehow is oblivious to how a place like New Orleans, that has been run by Democrats since 1872, has horrendous crime rates. But simultaneously, he seems to support the police ending the life of an unarmed woman at a protest. And again, I'm not trying to do a whole gotcha moment against some random poster on Twitter, but I truly would like an understanding of how these types think we can solve rising crime rates other than moving to a new area with low crime and voting in the same policies that they just fled. Because as we saw before, New Orleans has gotten so bad they actually started to hire civilians to supplement their dwindling police force. And according to Fox 8, their mayor is being investigated by the feds, and even a Florida sheriff is calling out New Orleans' justice system.
It's the prosecutor in New Orleans. Per capita, it's the highest murder rate in the United States. You're going to see a common theme here in a minute.
So in light of our gumbo vigilante taking on carjackings that are seemingly here to stay, guess it's time to update Louisiana's motto from union, justice, and confidence to don't shoot, throw soup. So if you enjoy my concise, lighthearted commentary on current events with no BS, subscribe to this channel, then check out the video on the baby that got tossed onto the train track and how Portland's justice system failed her.
The hell? What?
Now, the Portland DA announced charges against the woman after she randomly pushed the baby on the tracks unprovoked. She's now receiving serious felony charges, and even stating she will be held without bail. But the troubling aspect of the story comes from KGW8, where they stated she had several previous felony and misdemeanor charges and is currently homeless. But the most insane part of her story is just last year, she randomly slashed a guy giving her breakfast, stating she was having a breakdown and blacked out. But Portland being Portland, the DA and judge dismissed the charges days later for unknown reasons. So now it makes sense that their trains look like this.
Don't do it. I am done, but you better quit pushing the button. Don't do it.
With transients randomly attacking people in stores, and even invite themselves into people's homes and fall asleep in their kids' bedroom. But this behavior kinda adds up when you see the sheer number of used syringes they pick up off their streets. Now when I cover these stories saying, leave insert liberal city now, it's typically just highlighting how bad policies are making things worse. But the deep dive on what's happening in Portland right now actually makes me think, if you're there, you need to leave Portland immediately. Because if you look at the Reddit thread about the lady pushing the kid on the tracks, Redditors highlight that she had a history of crime, but those charges were mysteriously dropped. So a Redditor goes into what's actually happening with Portland's justice system, where if someone can't afford a lawyer, they can't stand trial until a judge can find them one. And since there's a shortage of DAs, the judge just releases them until a later date. They obviously never return, and even though there's a warrant put out for their arrest, there's nobody actually looking for them, as there's nothing to actually incentivize a bounty hunter in searching for them. Now I understand. Random Reddit comments aren't the most reliable source of information, but looking at the American Bar Association's website, they state Oregon needs almost 1,300 more lawyers, stating they only have 31% of the public defense attorneys needed, with the Post-Millennial stating Portland has dismissed 300 cases due to a public defender shortage, 200 of which being felony cases. So it makes sense when the Portland Police East Precinct boast about arresting a felon again, this time with a fully loaded AR-15 with a 100-round mag, body armor with rifle plates, and other substances on him. Now KOIN in Portland reported on the arrest, stating the guy was being held without bail on the 6 felony charges. But PDX Real 1 on Twitter actually found his arrest documents online, where it appears he was actually released the very next day. And even worse, it looks like he was released with 0 bail. So when you have a lady with an extensive criminal history allowed to roam the streets and push babies onto train tracks, not only do you know why it's happening, it's actually the least of your worries in Portland. Although some Redditors claim they actually enjoy the danger of being surrounded by these types, at least the average Portland resident can save themselves $4 when trying to watch Mad Max, because you can just open up your window and see their community theater playing it live. So to see more concise, lighthearted commentary, subscribe to this channel, then check out my video on the looting occurring in New York's bomb cyclone, because they're probably hiding it from you.
They got their guns, they got their brooms. They about to shoot somebody. They trying to shoot somebody. Look.
In Buffalo, New York's bomb cyclone, looting has begun, with store owners coming to defend their property. Now I could understand at some level, worst storm in your lifetime, all the stores are shut down, you might need some essentials like drinking water or food.
Is that right? Huh? Allah. Ya gharat Allah.
But there should be some level of what you can take, and what's just taking advantage of a crisis. Because some are actually using it to steal $500 of cheap liquor. Televisions.
Little kids got their robbing.
And a gumball machine. But fortunately, Buffalo police have been able to detain at least some of the alleged looters.
Got him. Get the truck. Get the truck.
As it looks like the worst storm the country has seen in 50 years has resulted in temperatures lower than Mars, 27 losing their lives, with some people actually being stranded and frozen in their cars, which is truly tragic. But it's also important to show that tragedy brings out the worst in some people, but also the best in others. As one man shared his story of frantic knocking at his door, where Insider.com reports that 10 Korean tourists got stranded in the blizzard, where they were just asking for a shovel to get their van out of ditch, but then got invited in, put on couches, sleeping bags, an air mattress, and their spare bedroom. They got to hang out warm inside, watching an NFL game, and cooking Korean food, which is a great heartwarming story for the holiday season. But maybe the homeowner was simply playing 5D chess. With all that looting going on, Santa just delivered him 10 rooftop Koreans, and he now has the safest spot in all of New York. So to see more concise, lighthearted commentary on current events, subscribe to the channel, then check out that video on the rise of vigilante justice, because they're likely hiding it from you.
And that's us, but why do you have to call the cops over that?
Look at my ear. Like this is salt. What do you mean? It's battery.
Something wrong with her. She don't got it on. She ain't got it on.
Should we just let that happen? I just gotta...
No, but you shouldn't be calling the cops.
Why not?
And why are you letting this organization detain people like that? I'm not drunk at all, actually. I live in the neighborhood and I know about your organization. Y'all just act as intermediary cops, and you're not supposed to detain people.
What a sad world we live in, where people in hyper-left San Francisco, California are more upset that criminals might be punished for their own actions than the innocent people actually suffering from crime. It's the ultimate level of short-sightedness, because when faced with the actual reality of the world, they have zero solutions.
Yeah, he has to be accounted for that. He just punched him in the face.
So then why don't they account for it?
You want him to kick his...
No, this is...
All right, then what else do you... That's what they job, they're here.
Because their world isn't based on morals or consequences, it's purely based on emotions. Because when I see scenes like this, where in Los Angeles, California, criminals have reached an insane level of comfort as they no longer fear law enforcement. Fast forward to scenes like this, where a Family Dollar store takes detaining people into their own hands, but then it results in the detained person's friends breaking down their door to help them escape. Nobody wants this rapid escalation into vigilante justice, but when the left constantly demands we defund our law enforcement, while simultaneously criticizing every incident of law enforcement that doesn't look pretty, we end up with San Francisco voting their city into the third world. Just look at the increasingly liberal Glendale, Arizona, where a story about a woman accused of shoplifting got zapped by the police. The story on Reddit got 18,000 upvotes before being locked by the moderators, with Redditors crying that she wasn't being treated like a human, the police were taking it too far, and how no one deserves this type of arrest over stealing, which really shows how little these people know about law enforcement. And it's obvious they've never had to detain someone themselves. They've always enjoyed the first world luxury of letting their government subsidize their safety. Because if they actually read the story, Fox 10 Phoenix actually provides some essential context, as a woman accused of stealing also had brass knuckles. She scratched and bit the cop. And although the zapper was activated 14 times, it was only on for 10 seconds. The woman was taken to the hospital, discharged, then booked in jail, and the copper was found to be acting within police policy. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say give cops carte blanche to enforce the law, because as we've covered on this channel, there's plenty of times where bad cops lose their donuts. But looking at this incident, I don't see how people can criticize what happened here, unless they were reacting to an out-of-context 60-second clip with nothing but their feelings. And then those same people freak out when suddenly Walmart start closing in their neighborhoods and prices start rising in their remaining stores. They'll cry about corporate greed or issues of color, then go back and vote for those same policies that shut their local businesses down, until they're only able to shop on Amazon and buy their big bro Bezos another super yacht. But the scary aspect of all of this is, at some point, regular people will say no, where citizens even in Portland, Oregon are cheering on vigilantism.
Nah. Don't call them. These people need to stop. They need to stop people's cars.
Where gas stations in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania start getting their own private law enforcers. And I don't know if this is worse, because New York City just announced that NYPD can now involuntarily detain people over mental issues. And if there was ever a ruling that had the potential to be misused, this is the one. But you know how bad it has to be where Portland, Philly, and NYC are all figuring out new and creative ways to clamp down on crime without actually using or fixing their justice systems. So if you want to see more concise, lighthearted commentary on current events, be sure to subscribe to the channel and then check out my video on what's
Why would anybody still be in Chicago? Like,
In
for
Chicago,
real though.
Illinois, Chicago police are attempting to pull over this Hyundai. Suddenly, the driver attempts to flee but gets T-boned by this Infiniti. But in the most Chicago thing ever, the Infiniti was actually also fleeing the Chicago PD. Fortunately, everybody in all three cars, except for the driver of the Hyundai, will be alright. Now this is in line with how dangerous Chicago has become, as hits can go down at gas stations and it almost doesn't even register in the news. But this doesn't stop Chicago's Mayor Lori Lightfoot from being outraged at people losing their lives in Colorado. And I get it. What happened in Colorado is a tragedy, and the gun person deserves to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. But as you can see, people are actually calling out Lightfoot for being more concerned about making political points than actually keeping her community safe. Now that article is from the sponsor of today's video, Ground News, where they actually compile articles on news stories, but show you their bias and who owns the publishers, showing the story on Lightfoot's tweet and the potential blind spots due to who's reporting on it, which to me means either one side of the political spectrum is using the story to push their narrative, or it means the other side is trying to hide that story from their readers. But Ground News displays the ratings on the publishers beside the headlines to show how it impacts their framing. But I really enjoy Ground News' Blind Spotter tool, where you can see different social media accounts and who they typically interact with. Looking at my Twitter, they report me being center-right, but more importantly, they show who actually owns the media outlets I consume. So click my link in the description for ground.news/decoy to see the media bias of everything around you. But Chicago being out of control is nothing new, where we see this street takeover ending in 5 getting hit with rounds and sadly 3 losing their lives. Or listen to how nonchalant their coppers are on finding half of a torso that they're looking for.
Ma'am, I just want to let you know that there's a part of a body in the garbage, a torso.
Earlier this week, we had the lower half of the body missing, a torso and above. So, maybe we found it.
Now, even back in July, it looked like Chicago PD couldn't even control their citizens from getting into arguments.
Oh my god, oh my god!
They couldn't even stop people from stealing jackets. But apparently this wasn't just any jacket, but a Montclair jacket, which some can go for $1,600. So it kinda makes sense when criminals in Chicago are treating the streets like Grand Theft Auto on PS5. Or is it called PlayStation Now? Because now you don't even need a PlayStation to play GTA in Chicago. But it wouldn't be fair to only call out Chicago cops, because look at Deep Blue Kansas City in Missouri. These police officers are trying to arrest a guy only for them to get twerked on. Or this copper having to flex his bank account just to get respect. So unfortunately, we're watching society slowly erode in front of our eyes. But the dinosaur media is just too busy trying to sleepwalk you into the oncoming comet. They'll write fluff pieces about Chicago's mayor tweeting outrage about what happened in Colorado, but ignore the fact that when actual journalists call her out for her lies on skyrocketing crime, they get silenced. So when liberal cities are becoming insanely dangerous, you would think it would have an impact on them during the midterm elections. But no, looking at the midterm results on Politico, Deep Blue Chicago is going to stay Deep Blue Chicago, even when they already know the SAFE-T Act is going to be activated on January 1st, 2023, and the Illinois Purge will actually commence. So congratulations, Chicago voters, you just put the rights of criminals above the safety of your average citizen, and all this crazy street compared to Since the midterm elections in New York City, robbers have been able to brazenly walk up to postal workers and just waltz off with their entire mail carrier and escape to a U-Haul without a license plate, as their subways are seeing more random subway slashings and now subway beatings of families. Granted, it does appear that New York has been shifting red almost entirely, but New Yorkers have apparently demanded more of the same Democrat leadership. Now, what's really going on here? Because there is some murkiness that needs to be addressed, as I imagine the average New York resident doesn't want to live in a lawless third world while still paying first world prices. But first, a message from this video sponsor, Noble Gold Investments. Hey, did you know that silver prices are low right now because investors are selling their holdings because of a turndown in demand? Once fears subside, though, we could see a surge in demand for silver as consumers come back. A perfect time to get your silver IRA started. And this month, you'll get an incredible free 3-ounce silver American Virtue coin with a qualified IRA of $20,000 or higher. You can't go wrong with Noble Gold. Call the team now on 877-646-5347 to find out more or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Now, if you've been following this channel at all, we've known how dangerous the streets of NYC are getting, where even good Samaritans are randomly getting blasted too, with the New York City subway systems being incredibly dangerous, especially for women. And even Congresswoman AOC knows the subways are no longer safe.
But let's also note that subway crime is up after they committed so many more officers to the subway system.
I'm glad they're starting to call this out, because it doesn't matter how many NYPD officers you stuff in the subways. If you refuse to actually punish criminals for doing criminal activity, a brief visit to the police station isn't going to make the streets any safer. But apparently, New York has re-elected their state's Attorney General James, which is crazy to me, considering a bulk of their crimes are in New York City, and New York City seems to be the only reason the Democrats are continually allowed to run the state. It's just so bizarre. Residents complain about how dangerous their streets are, how unaffordable living has become, and generally report they don't think the country is headed in the right direction. But somehow they're signing up for another 4 years of this. So here's what I think is actually going on. I've long believed the Democrats have officially become the party of low-information voters. Someone that can read sensationalized headlines, hear celebrity endorsements, and bots on social media echoing the same nonsense, then somehow that becomes their self-assured political identity. Now, those same voters don't actually get riled up and throw on a Biden t-shirt and show up at his rallies in the tens of thousands, but they can be convinced to sign a pre-filled out ballot and post on social media that they voted for democracy, without being able to name a single campaign promise that was fulfilled the last time they voted for someone with a D next to their name. Because I look at places like Pennsylvania, where even a dead guy can win an election, and if you look at their election results, where the Democrat candidate won by over 700,000 votes. But if you take out the massive mail-in ballot, he actually loses by 100,000. Now, unfortunately, I can't find similar numbers like this for New York State, or anywhere for that matter, but it is interesting that this is actually becoming a viable strategy for the left. You don't need to run a charismatic candidate. You don't need them to speak in complete sentences, and at this point, you don't even need them to be alive. Universal mail-in voting with legal ballot harvesting has made low-information voters the single most important voting bloc, and as we saw in Florida, the only real way Republicans can counteract this newfound advantage for the Democrats is if they, 1. Take polarizing stances that will get them vilified in the media but rally their base, and 2. Rescind the advantages that lockdowns gave the left in terms of voting. But sad to say, this is something that I don't believe long-time career Republican politicians are able or even willing to do. So if you appreciate my concise, no BS commentary on current events, subscribe to this channel and check out my video on what's really going on in these cities, as they're likely hiding it from you.
What's cracking YouTube? I am back. So we're here to talk about an Australian who stands up against the woke garbage, destroys it, destroys a mural, and look, that is great work. That is the hero we didn't know we needed, but the one we definitely deserve. This guy's a bloody champion of the people. We're going to be talking about what happened with that disgusting image and what he did to it, and also some random Australian stories. I rarely do videos solely about Australia, but I will this time. But as I always say, first up, hit the like button, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well, because I'm struggling here. But let's start here with some randomness from down under. You got a wombat there on the left, and you got square poo on the right. Mystery of why wombats do cubed-shaped poos is finally solved, and I will tell you during this video, if you're interested why they have square poos. We got this from Western Australia, Perth. Let's check it out. Okay, just a typical weekend there in Perth. Got the blow-up dolls. I don't know what they're getting up to in that car. No, it could be a good weekend. I don't know. Maybe on the meth, on the ice, on the booze, and probably all of them at the same time. And even the little rodent, Greta Thunberg, is calling out Australia as the country continues to export fossil fuels around the world. Wake up. She's telling us to wake up. No, I think it's time for Greta to wake up and shut up and sit down, you little shit, because you don't understand that our country would be a third world shithole if we didn't export coal. It's one of our major exports. It could be our major export. Right, so we export this stuff, we get paid a ton of money, it keeps the lights on over here, but the problem is that even in Australia, our politicians want to move us away from reliable, cheap energy. We have some of the largest coal reserves in the world. Move away from that to move us to green energy, which is expensive and unreliable. Our politicians are just as dumb as the ones in the UK and the US. Same shit, different accent. But let's get to the wokeness here. So this from New South Wales, the most populous state in Australia. The police went woke. They went soy. They went full soy. Bloody pansies. Bunch of cocksuckers, a lot of them. And the main story we're talking about is from New South Wales. And here is the image that we're talking about. So a rodent artist, in quotation marks, put this up on the streets of Sydney. You know, anyone walking by can see this. Kids, doesn't matter. The artist doesn't care because they have to get this message out there. I'm not sure what the message is of having someone in, sort of BDSM gear wearing a teddy bear head. I know people say the left are groomers. The people say that. People do say that. And when you see images like this, it's hard to disagree with that. And here we have some footage on the ground of this disgusting mural. Let's check it out.
All right, have a look at this. Bro, we're in Wynyard, Sydney. At what point does inclusiveness pass too far? You got a fat man with a cute teddy bear hat right in Wynyard. Now tell me this. Maybe you can say I'm exaggerating, maybe you can sound too much, but at what point is it too far when you're walking down the street with your kid and the kid looks at a cute teddy bear hat and relates it to a man in a gimp suit? At what point does it get too dangerous? You tell me. If we keep letting them push the boundary, they keep getting worse and worse. I think this is disgusting. I think this is like Balenciaga vibes. What do you reckon?
I agree with him. It is disgusting. And where were the woke police? Maybe the woke police should have done something about this. Exposing children to this? Do they think this is acceptable? What does the government think? Is the government doing anything about this? They don't see this as a problem? Oh, because it's, Pride Month or whatever, they're not going to do anything about it? Is that what they think? So they're going to expose kids to this rodentry. And think, oh, yeah, don't worry about it, mate. She's all good. No. The public weren't having it. The public were not having this at all. And like that guy was saying in his clip, children are being exposed to this garbage, right? Children are seeing this, and I'm sure that's what the goal was, because lots of these types of people, they seem to have a very strange fascination with kids, even though going by what they support, they can't personally have kids, but they want to influence other people's kids. And it's goddamn disgusting what's going on here. And the reaction to that garbage was controversial pride mural featuring a creepy teddy bear gay bondage painting is vandalized and destroyed overnight. Leave the kids alone. So here you got the before and the after. And that's exactly how it should have gone down. And we have footage of the guy doing it. Here he is, the hero. And that's the way it should be. You try and push this stuff on kids, you're going to get what's coming to you. So shout out to the person that did that, and to the artist, go fuck yourself, you disgusting clown. And even the supermarkets are getting involved. So here we have Coles. So Coles is one of the duopoly that runs the supermarket business in Australia. You got Coles and you got Woolworths.
What the fuck is this?
Check this out.
So Coles replaced their regular paper bag with a Pride one, and they more than doubled the price to 50 cents from 20. Good one, Coles.
And that's what it's about. It's about making money. These businesses don't give two flying fruitcakes about any of this. They just see it as a way to make more money. That's it. Okay? It's absolutely pathetic.
They always push
and
that
the thing is that
gay-ass
this
shit
isn't
all
new
over
to
the
me.
place.
Why can't y'all women accept it's a man's world?
Hey, white ladies, denying racism in your own self lens. You hurt the entire cause by denying that you ever had a racist thought. I don't think that way. I wasn't raised that way. That's not how I feel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't have to wear a hood and you don't have to tin Confederate flag to know that there is shit inside of your brain that you need to fix, or else you're still just perpetuating the problems of society. I get called a white savior because I can admit.
Yeah,
meanwhile,
you are a white savior. You are a
there's
white
women
savior.
running around thinking that they've never, ever done anything in their life that could possibly even teeter on the edge of racism. Good luck with that delusion. I hope someday you realize that that's not the case, and you can put aside your white fragility and your angelic behavior and realize that you still have work to do, and until you're going to have work to do, and unpacking your own, not just stitching other people, not just duetting with other creators and calling them out. It's in here too. It's in here too, girls. So put away your halo. Start playing catch with your demons. It's the only way we're going to dispel them, okay?
This lady is insane. White people denying that they are racist is literally vile, because all white people are racist. At a certain point, I don't always like to react on videos like this, because watching to a certain level, I will realize my temperature is rising. If people don't agree with your views, you cannot take that and attribute to violence. It is insane. I have a long video I'm going to play here. We are going to analyze this so you understand exactly what is going on. The system is so spoiled in such a way that everything circulate about this. If this is your first time coming, please remember to subscribe, and if possible, why not share this clip?
Slavery was capitalism in action, and that black people were commodified, bought and sold on markets, used as collateral at banks to enrich a select group of people, because that's what capitalism does. It creates winners and a lot of losers. Every time of year when we celebrate Black History Month, I am reminded of the deep and inseparable connection between racism and capitalism. And as a proud Black socialist state senator, I reflect on the fact that Black people were brought to this country as capital. And I'm reminded.
Before we proceed with this video, and let me read this out. There's a difference between being African American because your direct ancestors are the Africans that were forcefully taken from Africa, and the African Americans that came to America by their own will. You literally have people you can't ask directly about home, but you are woke. There is a clear difference between these two people.
Continues to repeat itself up until this day. And I'd be remiss if I did not bring up Tyree Nichols, brutally murdered at the hands of law enforcement. And for those of us who are Black, it is a complicated thing to watch, because it is both hurtful and devastating and not at all surprising. because we see it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I stand here with very conflicted feelings because we have much to celebrate, but we have much, much, much more work to do. And when I say we, I'm not talking about black people, because we live, we exist, we do the work. I'm talking about the systems in our country that continues to harm, continues to deprive, continues to suppress the beauty and magic of being black. So I'm gonna keep loving being black. I'm gonna keep enjoying the company of my black brothers, my black sisters, my black people. And I'm gonna continue to fight until the day where we are surprised, when we are shocked that our people are being killed in the streets. Where we are shocked when we're not being successful.
Yes, this is actually funny that every single day, this keep repeating itself every day. We are no longer into slavery. Black people are free. We can do any type of business. We can school the way we like. We can live the way we like. Nobody is still in slavery. But I don't understand why these people keep going back and forth on this topic. What I expect these people to do is to bring talks that can bring people together, not to separate people. These are Democrat senators in New York. That is what I expect to see. If you want to solve this issue of racism, it is to bring talks that can bring people together. We look into common grounds, where is the problem, and start solving it. That is what I expect that people like this should do. But when we keep going back to our ancestors, this problem will never be solved. I decided to address this video because this topic keeps surfacing every single day. You recently saw what happened with this guy where 4 black officers take away his life. Immediately, they blame white people. When a white person does something, they say it is white supremacy. When 4 black people takes away the life, they attribute it to white supremacy. Should this be happening? We should not be seeing this. He said he is proud to be black. He will continue to talk about being black. Nobody is refusing. I'm proud to be black, and you should be proud of who you are. It is simple. Why must this topic keep surfacing? Because you love, to continue to live in segregations with others. I understand how people are using this to make a lot of money, raise betters. They believe that if this stop, they will not make this money again. Blacks are occupying political positions. That is to tell you how empowered we are. But we keep complaining every single day. If you are a black person watching this, don't be hurt. I just want to express myself on how I feel about this topic.
And nothing is wrong with that.
You can drop under the comment sections. We can have a common ground. Let me understand your own point of view pertaining to this.
Slavery was capitalism in action, and that black people were commodified, bought and sold on markets, used as collateral at banks to enrich a select group of people. Because that's what capitalism does. It creates winners and a lot of losers. Every time of year when we celebrate Black History Month, I am reminded of the deep and inseparable connection between racism and capitalism. And as a proud black socialist state senator, I reflect on the fact that black people were brought to this country as capital. And I'm reminded that the attacks on black people to enrich a few people under capitalism continued after, under sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, for-profit prisons, for-profit policing. These things, the ripple effects, all under capitalism. And I'm reminded that any journey towards ending racism in this country must come with the dismantling and abolition of a system
Why are they just pushing this stuff on children? Like,
yes, welcome back. High school students walk out because teachers can misgender them and tell parents they are LGBT. This bill is recently been passed in Kentucky. Students seem not to be happy with this. I don't want to talk much. Let me play this video so you can understand exactly what is going on. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please endeavor to do that. And if possible, why not share this clip?
It's from Kentucky State Senators. SB 150 has passed. This legislation is one of a handful of bills centered around parental rights. But more controversially, it addresses how students' pronouns are used in the classroom.
Nothing in that bill prevents a parent or a guardian from requesting the use of a name or a nickname different from the name in the student's educational records.
SB 150 would give educators the option to use pronouns aligned with the student's gender identity, but not require it.
A middle ground can be found without forcing a teacher to use a pronoun that does not conform to the student's sex. But pronouns are different. The terms he and she communicate fixed facts about a person, and teachers should not be forced to violate their consciences regarding what they know to be true or not true.
The bill was introduced by Republican Senator Max Wise. Wise is also the running mate for gubernatorial candidate Kelly Craft. Opponents of the bill believe it's harmful to transgender kids, including Senator Karen Berg, who lost her transgender adult son in December.
Your vote, yes, on this bill means one of two things. Either you believe that trans children do not exist, or you believe that trans children do not deserve to exist.
Included in the 6 no votes was Democrat Robin Webb, who criticized the timing of this bill being brought to the floor. A new version of the bill was adopted by a committee just hours before.
It was not on this computer screen until just now. I've not had adequate time to do that. I've not had adequate time to see the testimony of mental health care professionals, one of which we honored here today, to see maybe what that impact of this may have.
Despite this opposition,
Senate Bill 150 as amended is passed.
It will now be up to lawmakers in the House to decide if this bill heads to the governor's desk. In Frankfort, Mason Brighton, Spectrum News.
Good evening, Bill Bryant and Amber Philpott reporting for WKYT News. There were some student-led walkouts across central Kentucky today. This is video from Danville Independent Schools. Students chanted, "Trans rights are human rights," and they say they're planning a bigger rally in the future.
Well, students at 2 Lexington high schools also staged walkouts this morning. Bills in Frankfort dealing with LGBTQ issues. WKYT's Julia Sandor talked with students this morning who say they're proud of their classmates. It's our top story at 6.
This is not a struggle for, quote, fitting in. This is not a struggle to just be understood. This is a struggle for less.
Hundreds of students stood side by side, walking out from class as supporters and allies, speaking out against what they say is anti-LGBTQ legislation.
Coming out here is a way to show the legislature, exactly who's affected by this, because I think that they're making decisions for people without really understanding what they're doing to the people who the law affects.
Students spoke out about Senate Bill 150, which requires parent notifications when it comes to sexual issues and aims to limit the authority of the State Board and Department of Education when it comes to gender identity.
If our legislators really wanted to help kids, they would pass laws to create safe bathrooms and locker rooms.
And students say they'll continue to speak out until their voices are heard by senators and representatives.
The large crowd that came and the powerful speeches from our other speakers definitely will send a message.
Being one of the largest schools in the state, Lafayette High School has strength in numbers.
I thought my transition was a burden to those around me.
But they also say there's even more strength in being able to be yourself.
Trans and LGBTQ people, part of that community, we're not hurting anybody. We're just we're trying to be authentically ourselves.
In Lexington, Julia Sandor, WKYT. Lexington, Julia Sandor, WKYT.
This wasn't the only walkout today in Lexington. Students at Dunbar High School also staged a protest against what they say is anti-LGBTQ legislation. According to the Herald Leader, a flyer posted on the Dunbar Theater Facebook page said, quote, "I want my rights back right now." The flyer said the protest was aimed at protesting bills against trans and LGBT.
Yes, you have seen it. When you take a look at what is going on here, it is just about parental rights. Parents should have right over their children. Some of these students seems not to be happy with this. According to this article, breaking, Kentucky Senate passes discriminatory education bill targeting LGBT plus youth. Going down on the article, yesterday the Kentucky Senate passed Senate Bill 150, a discriminatory bill that targets LGBTQ youth and prevent teachers from creating safe, inclusive classrooms. The bill now moves to the House. SB 150 could force teachers to disclose LGBTQ student identity to their parent, making it more difficult for LGBTQ plus students to seek mental and physical health assistance from trusted adults in school. The bill also Senator Bell. So far this year, HRC is tracking 90 bills that
Did you know that Biden, in 47 years of politics, has only been a racist, said racist things about you and me, personally, as black people, and made a bill to incarcerate black people? With Bill Clinton, the crime bill, look it up. The man just said, you ain't black unless you vote for him. All right? He also said he didn't want his children going to school in a racial jungle. Didn't want integration. He was for segregation. Also, not only that, he also said that poor kids can be just as bright and just as intelligent as white kids.
Recently, I came across this viral TikTok video. Going through his account, I realized he has put out some videos that got attention of millions of people. According to this tweet, black man apologized to Trump after admitting
this is the next reason why
he was brainwashed by the mainstream liberal media. When you look at what he is saying on this clip, you realize what he thought at first about him and what he is witnessing today, two different things. He came forward to express himself, though a lot of liberals are trying to go after him I have the full clip. I'm going to play this. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please endeavor to do that. And if possible, why not share this clip?
He also said he didn't want his children going to school in a racial jungle. Didn't want integration. He was for segregation. Also, not only that, he also said that poor kids can be just as bright and just as intelligent as white kids. Meaning that black, brown, red, yellow are poor. When he thinks poor, he doesn't think white at all. He's thinking about you and me. The dude ain't did nothing but hurt black people. And then his running mate, Kamala Harris, she's got a career of locking up black people. A career. Now, let's move over to Trump. You asked me why I'm voting for Trump. Before Trump was the president, did not everybody love him? In their music videos, rap videos, all the magazines. He got awards from black communities in the NAACP. Everybody loved him. But then when he came to president, they said he's a racist. Why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because when he came into politics, he started what he said, drain the swamp. He started taking out all the not just politicians, the evil, corrupt politicians. Fired them, took them out, made them go away, and put in his people. Did you notice since he's been president, the economy has been better than it ever been. Unemployment at an all-time low. More jobs created than ever before. He stopped making us importer and made us an exporter. To me, that means we make more money. People talk about the wall that he wanted to build over there in Mexico. Do you know why he wanted to build the wall? And remember they said that he was racist because he...
Yes, don't forget this. This is a black person coming out publicly, to express himself, particularly to what the mainstream media has been feeding a lot of people in the past. Let me not say in the past, even right now, is what they are doing. This reminded me of a comment I saw one day ago. Somebody asked, as a black person and a conservative, do you receive backlash or do people attack you? I had to laugh because replying this comment, I don't know if I see this daily. Some will tell me I am brainwashed by this. But instead, I will look at some people, they are brainwashed. And I'm glad this man is coming forward, to express himself, particularly to this same situation. There is one thing I said to this person after this question. When I want to follow a particular pattern, I take my time, I observe. When I realize you are good and you fear God, that is where I will go. And that has been my motto throughout. Let me not talk much. Let me play this another video so you can see exactly what this guy said.
Hello, people. How you doing? I was just sitting here watching some TikTok stuff, and it just swelled up something in my spirit. I'm just going to come on here and say it, man. Mr. President Donald Trump, I want to meet you so bad. Mainly to apologize face to face for allowing the media to influence my opinion of you. I've been digging and doing my research, man. So many hidden things that they hid, that you were doing. If you run again, you have my vote this time. I'm not a media puppet anymore. I see. So, Mr. President Donald Trump, and oh yeah, if you see my boy, you know who you sat down and had lunch with. Think about it, you'll know who I'm talking about, if you even see this. I want to meet him too. I really don't know too much about anything except for the last 3 months, 4 months. His doings now. have caused me to take an interest. Your doings now, your doings then,
even more.
Yeah. I wish you had stayed president. 2 terms. Shoot. 4. Now, please, people on TikTok, don't give me no hell for saying this. I really don't give a damn if you do, but man, if y'all knew some of the things that I know, some of you already do about the president we just had and the president we have now, you'd be trying to go to another country somewhere.
He said it all. You cannot know the importance of something unless you lose it. When he was president, this man didn't see anything important he was doing. But after he left, he has realized himself. He's very emotional to express himself and telling everybody on his platform he doesn't care about their opinion. When you look at how he's speaking, you will see it clearly. This is someone that is genuinely saying that is genuinely talking how he feels, not faking. I know when somebody's faking something. When I watched this video, I was first thinking, maybe the man is just trying to get views or to go viral on social media. But that is different here. Joe has proven to a lot of people that he didn't want their vote. And you will see more people coming out. There was another video I put out here where this girl also came out. It's a black girl to express herself, partaking to Joe. She's regretting why she voted for him. Like I said, a lot of people would do the same.
God is gay. God is a lesbian. God is trans. God is gender non-binary. God is straight. God is cisgender. God is black. God is white. God is Middle Eastern.
Wow.
God is Asian. God is differently abled mentally and physically. God is able-bodied. God is you, and you are God.
He heard his shame guides towards self-corrections, making amends and growth. Not only have we removed self-reflections, we actually celebrate even our most egregious choices, such as abortion, even extending it to burn. There is a reason, for example, that religion and Christianity have depleted to less than half our country, and people are actually worshiping themselves and government. That same hurting shame makes it impossible to adhere to the instructions of the church. So the choice is to remove yourself, distort the truth, manipulate the laws, and create an atmosphere of acceptance for our sins. It is not new. Many empires, countries, and governments have done this. It has never worked out well for them. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man represents what he sows. Whosoever sows to please their flesh, from the flesh will reap destruction. Now, when you take a look at what this guy said here, at a certain level, you realize it's not making sense. We are just servants of God. You cannot take us and attribute to God. He is perfect. We are not perfect. So all these attributions is just to glorify sin, which is something I have seen surfacing on social media.
So when I worked at a place, I was just now coming into my gender identity, and so I was telling employees that I worked with whenever they misgendered me, I was correcting them. It took me a long time to get to that place because I am not a person that enjoys conflict, so I would just let people misgender and walk all over me all day, every day. But my support system, and especially my wife, encouraged me, and I finally got to a place where I felt comfortable correcting people kindly. I was not ever trying to offend anyone. Anyway, basically, they reported me to HR, and HR told me verbatim.
Yes, when you take a look at this clip, Best HR employee makes non-binary TikToker break down in tears and quit by refusing woke pronouns. This is something that we have been singing like a song on this channel. The kind of explanations this person is struggling to bring up, I believe he deserves to even go. You can't force pronouns on people. You can't force food on my throat. If you think you will force everyone to believe in what you are doing, then you are making a big mistake. This lady recently quit after breaking down in tears when an HR told her, "I would never call you using those woke pronouns."
Good.
I don't want to talk much. Let me play all the videos so you can understand the concept of what is going on. I decided to bring this in relations to these woke doctrines.
So I would just let people misgender and walk all over me all day, every day. But my support system, and especially my wife, encouraged me, and I finally got to a place where I felt comfortable correcting people kindly. I was not ever trying to offend anyone. Anyway, basically, they reported me to HR, and HR told me verbatim, unfortunately I didn't record it, that I could not police how people were speaking about me, that I couldn't tell them how to talk about me, because apparently requesting appropriate pronouns for me is policing how people speak.
Yes, yeah.
Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but
that's police how people speak.
I've also had a lot of cisgender people push back on me whenever I do correct them mid-sentence and assume that I'm jumping down their throat, and they jump on the defensive real quick. And it's literally just me saying, they, them. And they'll go, what? And I'll say, they. They said that. That's it. That's the whole correction. I might have to do multiple parts. Anyway, HR would not tell me who it was. And so they respected that person's request for anonymity. I assume because they thought that I would come at them some kind of aggressive way, even though I'm the biggest pacifist when it comes to these kinds of interactions. Anyway, I sobbed that entire day at work. I sobbed the whole first hour. The way HR handled it was not appropriate. I felt like my requests for gender was dismissed. I felt disrespected. I felt like I couldn't even walk in the room with my employees or my fellow employees and not feel like everyone was staring at me because I didn't know who it was. It destroyed me when it comes to workplace and enforcing my gender. So I don't do it anymore at all, out of fear that HR will take side with cisgendered people as opposed to me. So respecting a person's anonymity when they reported something in this scenario made me feel isolated, attacked, targeted, made me feel like I was no longer part of the team.
It went viral on Twitter for the shocking, famous transsexual TikToker with 1.5 million followers said they regret gender reframing surgery. I never said that. I said that I regretted the type of surgery that I have done and I wish I did more research. I'm finding fame and riches for modeling and lingerie. The model said it wasn't really worth it and the complication make it difficult to live with. If I could go back in time, I would do that shit again because my dysphoria was so intense that I had no choice of getting the surgery. But I would get a different type of surgery. There's different types of surgeries, you guys. I do not regret cutting off my little caterpillar. All of the educational videos that I did over the years, and this is the one that goes viral and crazy.
There is just one thing that I've realized with people. At a certain point, I don't want to judge who will go to her, who will go to heaven, because I myself, I cannot tell. I just believe so much that the kind of doctrine I grew up with compared to what I'm seeing today is actually different. Yes, I don't know if people that grew up in the 80s, if they were actually witnessing what we are seeing today. There is battles for pronouns like you have seen. There is battle for I decide to cut off, I want to transform to a woman. It is just happening at the same time. The rate of people, easily being convinced into this nowadays is very high. I've looked through statistics and realized people are easily swift to believe in all these woke doctrines.
Man, people are a joke. People are a joke.
Ohio, as residents deal with an environmental disaster that has them scared to drink the water. Trump came to town to blame the...
You good, bro? I didn't know you were there, bro. I hope you're still there. I'm good, by the way.
Biden administration.
And this did happen under the Trump administration when,
We have recently seen Joe in Ukraine. But a situation like this is happening. He's having less time. If the former president never visited this place, I believe you will not see.
Mayor Pete, why did it take you an entire 2.5 weeks to actually get here to respond to East Palestine? Will you apologize to the residents of this city for the slow response? To the government's slow response, you have any apologies?
Press person, I can help you. My God.
Sure. So can we ask why it took him almost 3 weeks to get here?
Exactly what you said, bro. Like life from the 80s. Even though I wasn't born those times, I was a 2000 kid. I was born in like 1999. Those times seems to be way better than the times in the 80s. But no. People got too comfortable with it. People gotten too soft. Things just change. People just trying to be something else that they are not.
What was his personal time off while there was a tragedy happening here?
And can we also ask too why he waited until President Donald Trump came here to actually make an appearance? This is a very important question that people across America would like to know.
I'm happy to have a conversation with you. I do not want to be on camera.
Please put your camera away.
I'm sorry, we're on a public area, so we are allowed as press.
You guys, I would like you guys to turn your cameras off.
You're not on my camera.
Well, I'm on a camera. I would like your cameras to be off, and then I'm happy to talk to you guys.
Well, if you're the press secretary of the Department of Transportation, don't you think you should be able to ask questions from the American public that you serve?
Absolutely. I would like to do it without the camera on.
Can I ask why?
I think that is a little bit aggressive. That's why.
Why is it aggressive?
The kind of criticism I've seen on social media is extremely disturbing. This is a time the mainstream media could stand up at least to be positive after the former president's visit.
I feel like you're hiding
But
something.
they never did so.
You're hiding something.
They want to cover this in a negative way. Why must it be so every time? When somebody does a good thing, we should appreciate. We should appreciate. We should forget about our political differences. This is a good initiative. Appreciate him for what he has done. Then go after to bring in your kind of criticism. Even The View is pointing fingers at him that he's actually the cause of what happened in Ohio. I have all the videos I'm going to play so you can see exactly what is going on. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please endeavor to do that. And if possible, why not share this clip?
This is Trump country. He won by 40 points. He is a president for all Americans, I believe that, but he needs to show that he is. It was time for him to be.
I don't know why they would ever vote for him. For somebody.
Shut up. Everybody vote for Biden, and I don't like Biden even more.
Who, by the way, he placed someone with deep ties to the chemical industry in charge of the EPA's Chemical Safety Office. That's who you voted for in that district. Donald Trump, who reduces all safety. He did in those days.
Do they realize, you know, you talk about Republicans talking about small government and less regulations. Well, this is what happens when you allow companies to regulate themselves. When you allow companies to not be good corporate citizens and grade themselves, they give themselves an A every single time, just like I would. Grade myself, I get an A.
Yeah.
And these people are going to suffer because of those things that happen. I'm not only saying, though, that Trump did it. I know that the Obama administration could have been better about climate change and chemicals. I think the Clinton administration could have been better. But I thought we saw a real shift when it came to deregulation and the Trump administration.
Well, you know, if this issue actually ended without us hearing this, I will see the mainstream media has greatly changed.
Yeah.
The View has struggled to point out that the former president is so responsible, though realizing they are failing. They cannot bring up a valid argument, pertaining to this. She struggled to even point the Barack Obama administration, then bringing issue of climate change. Joe is there. Under his administration, I believe he could be the first person to appear there to look into what is happening, because they have been singing this issue of climate like a song. I don't even want to go details into what is going on, you know. Now you see, they just struggle to bring up this kind of argument. Even MMBC, they have pointed fingers at Joe administration because they are actually lack of what they can do to pin this on the former president.
Is the president satisfied with the pace of the federal response there on the ground, and why has he so far decided not to visit?
So a couple of things there, and I said this at the top. The president, first of all, when the derailment happened on February 3rd, as I said at the top, the Environmental Protection Agency was on the ground within hours, and that is, I think I've mentioned 2 a.m. the next morning on February 4th, really taking charge and dealing with what was occurring in East Palestine. And look, very early on as well, the president reached out to both governors of Pennsylvania and Ohio, that is Governor DeWayne of Ohio and Governor Shapiro as well. And he offered the federal assistance and also directed his team to stay on top of this as long as it took. And just a couple of days ago, we read out a conversation that the president, he's been getting briefed pretty regularly, but just recently we read out conversations that he had with Governor DeWine, Governor Shapiro, Senator Brown, EPA Administrator Regan, and Congressman Johnson while he was in Poland. So he was still working and getting updates and focusing on what was happening. happening in East Palestine while he was doing incredibly important work, as you all know, in Poland. And he reaffirmed his commitment to make sure they have everything that they need. Again, this has been a multi-agency engagement here. When you think about CDC, you think about DOT, you think about FEMA, you think about EPA, they have all been on the ground, working in lockstep, working with the local officials on the ground, including the governor and the senators as well, making sure that we delivered and continue to deliver for the people of East Palestine. That will not stop, and that will continue until we are needed on the ground.
My question, though, was whether the president was satisfied with that response. Is he?
Yes, he is. Look, we believe that when you think about how this response occurred, right, how it's been going from literally since 2 a.m. February 4th, you've seen the EPA on the ground. You saw Administrator Regan doing a great job on the ground, making sure that he was with the community, talking, taking questions, working with the governor. You've heard from the governor directly, Governor DeWine, actually speak to the federal response that he truly appreciated the work that we have done for the community. So yes, the president is certainly is again staying updated on what is occurring on the ground, but also appreciative of the work that his multi-agencies have been doing over the past several.
This is Karin defending his administration. At a certain point, I'm always lack of word, to describe how.
My 12-year-old daughter recently came to me and said that she was transgender. She wanted to be a boy. And as a Christian mother, there was only one thing I could do. And that was help my son transition so that he could be the young man that God always intended him to be. Support your kids. It's what God wants you to do. Love you, babies.
So, first of all, I'm transgender. I'm very
What the fuck?
happy.
It's all bro.
What's your favorite thing about yourself?
I'm transgender.
That's your favorite thing about yourself?
Yeah.
What's your least favorite thing about yourself? That what? You should see your hair right now.
Yes, welcome back. Transitioning kid at a very tender age is a trend going on recently. I saw this video going viral on social media where this mother decided to transition this 2-year-old child to a girl simply because he liked to dress like a boy and he doesn't like sport. So the best decision she could do was to transition him.
Okay, so first of all, I will say that the process, the journey is ongoing and probably will be for potentially her entire life. But here's how it started. So she was designated, assigned, observed male at birth. And until about 18 months, didn't really, know too much, just kind of was raising 2 kids, working full time, not really paying attention to what was going on. And at around 18 months, she started showing signs of like really being interested in things that her sister had and had in her closet and wanting to play dress up and wanting to put on lip gloss. And when she would see fingernails, she would want her fingernails painted too. And, we thought it was cute. No issue. We had no issue with, her wanting to do those kinds of things.
Oh, God, people just fuck their kids up.
And then
just
around the age of 2, things started to progress at a quicker pace. And so each time that we would go to pick her up from preschool, she was fully outfitted in dresses and jewelry. And so I will say I was super stoked that we had such a wonderful childcare center that she was in because she was allowed to, experiment with her gender and play dress up and do those kinds of things and have access to them. So
Yes, from my general conclusions and what I've observed, these people want to cancel this fact of gender at birth. They don't even want that it should exist. When you give birth to a child, You just have to be like, you're a blind person. You don't know whether this child is a boy or is a girl. When a child grows to a certain level, the child decides who he wants to be. That is a message they have been struggling to pass for a very long time.
That she was in, because she was allowed to, experiment with her gender and play dress up and do those kinds of things and have access to them. So when I would go to pick her up from preschool, like I said, she would be dripping in, just jewelry and clicky shoes and all kinds of stuff. And getting her to take that off to go home was usually a pretty gnarly struggle. And then around the age of 4, she started wanting to wear like leggings and headbands. She had this one headband she was completely attached to that she felt, I look back on it now and think to myself, gosh, I wonder when she put that.
The reason she is struggling to outline here, to me, doesn't make sense at all. If a parent is to follow or what children like, then at a certain point, a child at 2 will carry a gun. Yes, because a child might decide he likes this. My child likes this. You go and give the child exactly this. You as a parent, you have the responsibility to decide what your child should do. It is at the age of 18 that a child can take decision for themselves.
Yes, at the age of 18-year-old. Why people don't learn? People just do things off of emotional impulse.
And that is the age I recommend that people like these should be allowed, they should grow reach 18 and take decisions for themselves. I have seen recent bills where they have enacted where children should be able to sue doctors and even parents after transitioning them at a tender age.
A pretty gnarly
That's what
struggle.
I'm saying, bro.
And then around the age of 4, she started wanting to wear like leggings and headbands. She had this one headband she was completely attached to that she felt, I look back on it now and think to myself, gosh, I wonder when she put that headband on, she thought to herself, people see me for who I am. No one's going to misgender me now. And so it progressed. It just kept moving in that direction with more and more things that started showing more and more signs. She would say, when I wake up tomorrow, I'll be a girl. And we were kind of like, oh, okay, yeah. And my husband and I would be like, we gotta figure this thing out. And so kind of for that final test, my husband decided, you know what, we're going to figure this thing out. We're going to tap into this and see what happens. So he said, I'm going to coach a t-ball team and I want her to be on it. And so I was like, all right, let's do it. Well, that didn't go over so well. She not only hated t-ball, she hated the uniform, she hated the hat. We found everything in the trash multiple times. You couldn't get her out the door to go play on Saturday mornings. And so eventually I thought at one point, well, what if I let you wear your leggings and a tank top underneath? And we can, as soon as the game's over, you can take your uniform off. And she was like, okay. So she wore the headband. She didn't wear the hat. She wore the headband. She wore the clothes underneath her uniform. And she would go to the game and she would stand there. And as soon as it was like, game over, she would rip those clothes, that uniform off and stand and proud in her tank top and her leggings. And very shortly after that, she told us she was a girl. And we believe her.
Yes, when I saw this clip, I went through the comment section to see how people are reacting. Some people wrote, the parent pushing this on their children are setting up their children for a wall of hurt. I honestly get the vibe that this little boy realized that he was getting more attention from his mother when he acted this way. Because even she admitted that before this happened, she wasn't paying attention and walking. But my God tells me that the boy was groomed into this by either the mother, daycare, or both. It happens. It happens. Reason, sometimes when you have a daycare, you need to be, vigilant to see the kind of doctrine they are passing to your children. Because at a certain point, this kind of doctrine might be coming from them. If you look at the level of this transitioning that is happening nowadays, you realize it has reached a certain epic in such a way that when I watch some of their videos, I feel like to cry because it saddens me when you see a girl now in the form of a boy, then really regretting watching Biden, her secretary, few hours ago, they are struggling, to censor information like this. People opposing these surgeries, they should be kicked off on social media. Reason sometimes when I'm putting out videos like this, there are a lot of things I really want to say, but I cannot say them because it is not.
Oh, God, bro. People are just so cruel to their children. The most thing they care about, they don't care about their children's feelings. They don't try to make their kids better. Pushing gender identity and all this foolishness on children.
Brittany Griner got 9 years in prison. It's horrible. It's political. But on the upside, it is the longest contract anyone's ever offered a WNBA player. Just to be totally honest, it's kind of in our time a little bit. Yeah, let that set in. And we know it's political because we know it's political because Russia immediately offered to trade her for an international arms dealer in a U.S. prison. It's not going to happen. But also the highest trade value ever offered for a WNBA player as well. Yeah, they've never cared this much ever about a WNBA player. She's getting more done for the league in court than on the court.
Yes, welcome back. After being detained in Russia for 10 months, Brittany Griner is going viral again. Recently, she has been embarrassed with the low pay. If you remember, she was making a whole lot of money in Russia. According to this article, after being detained for 10 months in Russia, Brittany Griner fulfilled the promise she made to play for the Phoenix Mercury again in the 2023 season.
If this were an NBA star like Brittany, that it would be daily news. Do you think a gender issue is at play here?
I mean, when is it not? You advocate for us in so many respects. It's disappointing that the question of, it being a gender issue is top of mind now when it comes.
I still couldn't believe they really made that trade. That was a terrible trade. Why would you make a trade like that?
To this type of circumstance, but the reality is, she's over there because of a gender issue, pay inequity. I played in Russia for 4 years. I played in Poland for 1 year. I played in China for 2 years. We go over there to supplement our incomes. And quite frankly, we go over there to maintain our game. Our teams encourage us to keep up with our game by going over there and being more competitive. So there's so much that's at play that, we live politically, intrinsically.
And I'm glad you brought up about the pay difference because over in Russia and top players could make upwards of $1 million.
Yeah.
And the top base salary in the WNBA is $228,000. You played in Russia. What was it like?
I had a good experience in Russia. I think that obviously the circumstances are very.
Again, you would think that they would try to give her more. So obviously there was some reactions here on, her contract. This person says, somewhat reluctant to mention the optics of Griner signing for less and Therese getting maximum. Parker took $100K. Others took less than max. This has been an interesting offseason. I don't like how they just disrespected my wife like that. Whoa. How did they not give her the Supermax? Apparently they're not woke enough. Me personally, I would have done everything in my power to ensure that BG was earning the Supermax and not any other player on the roster. That's just me. So Therese gets the max at age 70 and Griner gets this. Yeah, apparently so, right? Apparently so. While Paul Whelan is still locked up in Russia. So I guess she's...
Yes, you heard that. When you look at the pay she was receiving in Russia and compared to what she is receiving here, you realize she's making less money. And she is receiving backlash on social media. Going down on this article, Greener, a 32-year-old free agent, signed a 1-year, $165,000 contract with the Mercury on Saturday. A source confirmed to ESPN she will return to the team that drafted her first overall in 2013 for a 10th season. The last time Greener suited up for the Mercury was in 2021 on an expected run to the NBA Finals, which Phoenix lost to the Chicago Sky. This is the 2022 NBA season while in detention in Russia. Greener had one of the best years of her career in 2021, averaging 20.5 points, 1.9 blocks. Greener, who also played pro basketball in Russia, was arrested at Moscow airport in February 2022 after Russian authorities said she was carrying vibe with cannabis oil. The U.S. State Department had declared Greener to be wrongfully detained after months of strained negotiations and an extraditionary real public revelations by President Joe Biden administration. It had made a substantial proposal to get home Greener and other detained American Paul Whelan. Greener case resolved on December 8 with a prisoner swap in which the WNBA star was exchanged in the United Arab Emirates for Russian arms dealer Victor Bout. Greener wrote in an Instagram post on December 16 that she intended to play for the Mercury this season. The Mercury opened their sessions on the road against the Los Angeles Sparks on May 19. The team's first home game is 2 days later against the Chicago Sky. News of Greener's deal with Phoenix was first reported by her home state.
Right, by the NBA. Maybe she shouldn't even be getting paid that, okay? Maybe she should be getting paid less than that. But I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of what she's getting paid to versus some of her colleagues, it's kind of low, right? Especially considering how, again, they were hooping and hollering about the gender pay gap, right? Brittany Griner don't get paid enough. This is why she had to go to Russia and get locked up. It's our fault, right? But when she gets back into the league, the Phoenix Mercury, for whatever reason, can't find a way to offer her a max contract where she can get paid more money, right? Ain't it amazing how that works, okay? Again, you know, I'm just saying, if you want her to get paid more money, you should start by paying her yourself, right? But apparently the Phoenix Mercury weren't willing to do that. The last time Griner suited up for the Mercury was in 2021 when she led them on an unexpected run.
Yes, God bless you for watching me. There is one thing I want to share with you. Yes, going through my comment section, there is something I realize with people. We need to have a voice. So many people are eager to speak, but they are afraid. I just want to have a voice. I want to be able to speak up what I think. Yes, you too can do that. You know, consider the people we are watching today, the big content creators.
So we have a Filipina is actually going to explain to these modern women why passport bros are actually going over, at least to her country. Let's review it.
So a lot of American women are hating on passport bros, but as someone who grew up in the Philippines where a lot of these passport bros go to find wives, let me offer a new perspective. Background, I moved here when I was 14 with my family, so I wasn't moved here by a passport bro. But I did see a lot.
No, what's good, brother? What's good? You doing all right, bro? It's good to see you, bro.
Growing up, and here's my take. The men who become passport bros, they have a certain range of income that if they want the same caliber of woman, like, okay, just stay with me. If they want a woman who dolls herself up, is soft, feminine, cooks, cleans, takes care of a man, literally worships the ground a man walks on, he will find that in places where women have much lower incomes.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's be real about it. She's right in one instance that in order to get those type of women that most, and I would say a lot of men, I won't say all, but a lot of men want, most men, if they could have a woman, they of course want the most attractive woman that they can get, right? But those women in the United States, you got to have a lot of money. And what comes along with that is a lot of entitlement, because of this society. If you get one of them pregnant, then they can, get your pockets. Let me say it right. I want to use another word, but I forgot we on YouTube. They can get your pockets, and then they could bounce from dude to dude to dude to dude to dude, in the United States.
That's a fact.
It shouldn't have to cost a man a 6, 7, and 8-figure salary to get a certain kind of woman. Now, any person who knows anything about investments, you maximize your money in investments. You don't gonna throw your money into something and it doesn't get you much of a return. But if you could take something, you can get more of a return when you would do that. So for a lot of these men that say what she's talking about, the look of a woman, you gotta understand, in America, he couldn't get a certain type of woman, but he goes over, at least, let's say, to this woman's country where $3,000 a month is some real kind of money. Well, then now he can get those kind of women that he always wanted. So really, it's a win-win for him. And as long as he stay over there, he going to keep that kind of woman, and he's going to have a better place to stay. He going to live a luxury lifestyle. It's just a win-win for the average man. And the average man should get a good life too. Why only the guy that's making $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, $100 million a year should enjoy his life? If a regular average man, $42,000 a year, average man, can go live the life of a man that makes 6, 7, and 8 figures in the United States elsewhere, it's a win-win. And I support a man doing that. Well, let's continue.
Are more satisfied with lower levels of provision. And because the American dollar is so strong, your money just goes so much farther. So you literally live like a king.
Okay, so she also mentioned about lower levels of provision. It's because that's society in the way it is. And even what I've been hearing, like a consensus of a lot of the ladies that's been speaking, at least from the Philippines, is been saying, look, we just want somebody that's going to treat us right, at least provide a roof over our head, some food on the table, clothes on our back. Man, we content with that. We cool with that. We don't got to have all that extra crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want to clean our house. We want to do things for our families. That's what we want. Now, listen, crazy at what I'm about to say, that used to be the mantra even in America. And you still have some cultures who still think like that and talk like that. For instance, people who's Islamic, a lot of them, they still think like that. You know what I'm saying? If they haven't, now some of them are modernized, but the ones that just come over here, I would say, of the Hispanic cultures, no matter what they come from, whether they come from DR, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, wherever, the Latin American culture, that's still kind of practiced as well. In those cultures, if they stay to it. Now, if they come first, second, third generation, then they become modernized and they start sounding like the rest of them, right? Or, just different Arab cultures or whatever. But we come to our culture, definitely in Black America, and I know white guys talk about the same thing, right? That mindset is just about non-existent. And if you do find that mindset, you may find it in the South, and that's becoming far and few in between too, according to what men have been saying about even Southern women now. Because Southern women used to be, okay, all that other stuff, that modernized stuff, let's go get you a woman in the South. You know what I'm saying? Go get you a country girl, whatever. But even some of them country girls are acting modern now. So this is why these men are saying, you know what, let me get my passport. Because see what you modern women don't understand. Men are men. Men require certain things. And if you will not do what men are requiring of you, which is be feminine, take care of yourself, be submissive, be a good mom, be a great wife, know how to cook a meal, just the simple things like that. Just that simple. And if you don't want to do that, these men are going to go find that elsewhere. That's what you don't understand. It's not that hard to figure out.
Yeah.
And then instead of the ones who are upset about it, it's because you haven't self-reflected, and with self-reflection brings accountability. All you do is either call names to the other women overseas. You call names so much that in Thailand, they had featured a lot of y'all on their news.
Yeah, I saw that. I literally saw that.
Trashing them. So now y'all making a bad name for yourself, talking about the women of other countries. These other countries not going to put up with you trashing them. And then when you show up to these countries, then you're going to be getting the side eye, or you could be getting bad treatment because of your mouth. You want to start a whole international beef with women that you don't even know, instead of saying, you know what, it's our fault these men are leaving. Why are they leaving a country with millions of women here in America to go 20 plus hours on a plane in some instances to go get a wife somewhere else? That's a failure on the modern women of America. Stop getting mad at passport bros. That's y'all the one failed.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all caused that.
You caused that, of course.
And then the way y'all acted after Kevin Samuels died, y'all really pushed it. So y'all really got the passport bro movement going like in overdrive. Y'all did it after Kevin Samuels died. Then now you got the women of other countries speaking up constantly now because y'all sat up there and did the same thing. Y'all don't know when to quit. You don't know when to take when you know you're taking an L. Take your L and learn from it and just fix it. That's it. See, men, we understand when we be messing up. We understand. We say, you know what, dog, man, I'm messing up. You know what, man, I need to change what I'm doing. I'm not going to be doing this. See, that's what men do. Even how passport bros even got going. Men self-reflected and say, you know what, these women, I'm not going to get nowhere with them. So you know what? Instead of complaining on them all day, instead of saying Pookie and Ray Ray and all this other, no, I'm just going to just move my feet and get out. I'm not going to keep complaining all day. But men take accountability. Modern women don't. But let me know what y'all think with, this lady here is saying about, just what the deal is. Just because a man is making average, he wants a nice looking woman too, and he wants a woman to treat him right. Our grandfathers had that. Our great grandfathers have that. And if a black man or whoever man got to leave,
and there's some, I follow different YouTubers, and there's some sisters, and I call them sisters because I understand their pain, and they're, real angry about men who swirl or men who leave or men who go with black men who go with white women or go somewhere else or whatever. And you don't have to like it. I don't like it, in itself, but it's more about understanding it and approaching it with wisdom and trying to understand what is that instead of just pushing back on it and rejecting it angrily, So what are your thoughts on that? I kind of know because I watch you, but what are your thoughts on like how a woman today can handle relationships in a feminine way, but also handle her own out in the world?
Well, I'm gonna respond on the guise of men. These men are over it already. They didn't try it. They didn't plead it. They didn't beg. They say stop dating Pookie and Ray Ray. Stop dating the little sorry guy that is no good, impregnating the women. You got a small pool of men, a little bit close to 30% of men in the black community impregnating all the women. That's just bottom line. And the majority of black men don't even have children. They're single and childless. I mean, that's just the truth. So you got one guy impregnating a bunch of women in the community. Guys are saying now, I'm not playing stepdaddy. I'm not doing it. I don't, there's no honor or anything. I'm not respected in society, in American society by nobody. it's good to even they put our death on the 7 o'clock news like it's a movie premiere. Tyree Nichols, right? A lot of men say they're just tired of the whole thing. They're sick and tired of it. So they're not even worried about what the women saying anymore. They're done. So that's why a lot of these guys of upper mobility are saying this. I'm just going to get my passport and I'm out. I'm not going to deal with it. That's it. And that response is causing a big, if you're watching TikTok or many other places, it's causing a big response with the women. But the thing is, I say at the same time, Pookie and Ray Ray are still here. The Super Simps are still here. They're not going nowhere. The Super Simps love your dirty draws. But it seems like these women don't want the Super Simps. It seems like they want the men that's leaving. But when the men were here and you had the home field advantage, you didn't take it. You didn't get those men. You treated them any kind of way. You want to bring your kids from Pookie and Ray Ray and this old sorry, dusty dude that you know is no good when you laid up with him. You want to bring them to those men to be stepdaddy. And them men say, no, now I respect myself. I honor myself. And I'm not going to be treated any kind of way. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave. And that's really what's happening.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. And so as you speaking up for the men, that's why I'm.
And they're not going to do that. These women are slaves to their own emotions. Because he makes my vagina tinkle.
Trying to speak up for the women in a teachable spirit, like to show us in love, because I don't want us to lose our men. You know, we got to unify with our men. So that's basically the message of the film. And anybody that wants to see it, like I said, you can subscribe to All Black or you can catch it on Netflix if you're in another country.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, like I said, there's a lot, because a lot of the women have been, in my opinion, really misguided a lot by older women. These women couldn't keep a man, and unfortunately taught the young women and harmed the young women. And now you're having a lot of young women come out now and say, wait a minute, we were taught wrong.
That's why I put that in. That's exactly why I had that dynamic in the movie with her assistant. Mm-hmm. Her assistant had a good relationship and a good balance. And she's like, nope, you know, work always comes first. And the younger woman is like, okay, I'll listen to you, whatever you say. And then she ended up breaking it off with her man. Like, I don't know if I ever want to have kids. She just followed down the wrong path. And let me just say this to any woman watching. Like, I'm not here to tell women what to do. If you don't want a man, if you don't want children, that's fine. I'm talking to the women who want that, but don't know how to get it and are angry with the men. Like, you got to join with who you want and understand. Not, you know, you gotta use sugar, not salt, you know, bitterness. And a lot of us are bitter because we've been through a lot, Philip. I just have, you know, Black women have been through a lot. So if you know our history, we've been through a lot. We carry a lot on our shoulders. So I don't want to bash us because I'm a woman. I don't want to bash myself, but I want to teach myself and I want to learn.
Well, telling the truth of what we're doing as a people, whether it's men or women, and I hate that term bashing. Because bashing could be a physical bashing and also could mean severe criticism,
right,
of a person. But I grew up in a time, you know, you got to tell the truth and let you know, a spade be a spade. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I don't want nobody patting me on the back or telling me it's okay when I'm wrong. Agreed. I need you to tell me when I'm wrong, even if I don't like it. And there's times that my wife tell me certain things I'm wrong about. Do I like it? No. But in the end, when I had to chew on it, she was right. None of us like correction. None of us. And those who like correction is going to be okay. Because we human beings, we all make mistakes, right? Yes. But if we love correction and if we can endure that, then it has its perfect work. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, telling the young lady to basically become a man, because see, that's really what that is. In order for you to move up in corporate America, you must become a man. Because corporate America is ran by men.
Right. That's right. That's right. So if you want to do that, you have to know how to be, so to speak, bilingual. You know, you got to know how to speak both languages. You have to know how to bring in your feminine energy if you want to be with your man. And basically healing relationships is our family unit. So it starts with relationships and then it goes to the family unit. If we don't have relationships, we don't have a family, and then we're no more. So like, this is really about for our survival and for for our best interests. And I would love to just reach Black women first around the world, because I think we need it the most. But women in general are really, even, I don't know if you've noticed this, but even African women now are starting to pick up this whole feminist thing. And
yes, I've heard.
Don't go down that road. They think it's cute.
And they're going to end up, and if they pick up that feminist thing, they will be in the same position where they're not married, with children, single mothers, and wonder why a man don't want them no more and their men leaving and going to other countries. I don't think you want to mimic anyone who has those kind of stats.
Yeah, but see, they don't really know, because they, the media makes it look sexy, right? It's packaged like this is strong and tough and sexy. Mm-hmm. That's why in the film I have those scenes where she's alone, crying and alone and things like that, or at church. And it's like, this is what a lot of women are going through. A lot of strong Black women are lonely, alone, even the ones without children. Not all of them have children. A lot of them don't have children, and they're alone and sad and wondering why. But
it goes back to what I said earlier.
Yes.
Today, women are more unhappier today than they ever been in recorded history.
It is. So I'm looking forward to a movement happening that kind of awakens us, like with YouTube channels like yours. And that was one of the reasons I hit you guys up, because I was like, show this movie to your audience, because, start the conversation, because you're in the right place. So Black men like you need to be respected, admired, brought out, because you have that balance. You tell the truth, but you're not that harsh. Like, I'm not going to talk about Kevin,
Yeah, Brother Kevin, everybody tries to get on Brother Kevin, but this is the deal with Brother Kevin. I knew Brother Kevin way before everybody else knew him. I would talk to him all the time. Kevin, what people don't realize, Kevin was an image consultant. That's the thing. Like, that was his thing, to judge people's look, male and female. To tell people. But the only thing that I can say what Kevin did, at least two things I noticed with him. He brought a lot of women down to planet Earth, because a lot of them were saying they wanted these kind of men and they wouldn't know where position to get them. And then the second thing I seen Kevin do is bring up the self-esteem of a lot of men who didn't have self-esteem before. Yes. That's two things that I can say that I did see Kevin do. But if you calling Kevin's show, what do you think you're going to get? That's what I don't understand. You know what you're getting when you call his show at that time period when the brother was alive. No, but really, you talk about the Passport Bro thing. What really sparked that Passport Bro movement, what really sparked it, was the reaction to Kevin Samuels' death.
Oh, I didn't know what it just kind of popped up. It's like, where's this?
No, it didn't just pop up. Men had been doing that.
Y'all been going to Brazil. I know.
Yeah, well, I haven't been to Brazil yet, but I'm also an African person. But Charles Tyler and all them with the movie Frustrated and all that stuff like that. But the movement, that Passport Bro movement, really got sparked off after the death of Kevin Samuels, because you had certain women literally celebrating the death of Kevin Samuels, celebrating his death. Like, listen, you may not like what the brother say, that's fine. But when have we got to a point as Black people we celebrating the death of people? Not someone that Kevin Samuels didn't murder nobody. He wasn't a pedophile. He didn't steal millions of dollars from somebody's retirement and pension like Bernie Madoff or something. You would think the way Kevin Samuels was celebrated, his death was celebrated like he was Jeffrey Dahmer or something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just because he told you about your weight, or you bring yourself down to earth and tell you need to get a man at your level, which may be an average man. And that's why Vivica, how she was responding to Kevin Samuels. So a lot of men say, hell no. Problem. Oh, hell no. We need to start getting out of here. So that's when they start going toward more the Passport Bro movement at that point. But yeah, the death of Kevin Samuels sparked that. Oh, yeah.
So before we go, I would love to know, as a male, what's your perspective? Like, what advice do you have for Black women? Women in general, but specifically Black.
What I would say in the area of relationships?
Yes.
Return back to the time of my grandmother and my great grandmother. Return to those times, but you still can be, of course, we live in modern age, but return back to those times where family was important. Traditional families were important. Gender roles were important, right? Yes, grandma didn't agree with everything my grandfather said, but she never disrespected him. I've never seen her disrespect him, not one time. She always said her piece. She never was treated bad or anything like that. I can say, my grandmother, was treated bad. My grandfather, and because of all that, he respected her. He provided. My grandmother didn't have to pay a single bill. Something get broke in the house, he was there to do it. And there's still men today that would do things like that. But they had more respect for black men, even during the time of when black men was getting hung from trees and being called the N-word to their face, and they just had to take it. I mean, all the way back to even to the slavery times, those sisters still had a certain respect for black men.
That's right.
So I would say throw away the westernized white culture that they have adopted and return back to what worked for us in Black America, what kept our families together. And let's get back to the average age of women getting married is 19 years old, not this I'm 35, 40. Now I'm thinking about I had my career or whatever, because now you out of childbearing age. At least at 19, the women had their 20s to have their children.
That's right.
When their body can deal with it, it was in the prime of their life and everything. You get your husband in your 20s, not 35, 40, and whatever. When biologically the eggs start being cut down in the thousands when you cross over 30.
Is a factor. But what has changed economically is obviously that women are now in the workforce full time now. We were in the workforce, black women were always in the workforce, but we were cleaning the house. So we didn't make money, right? We were cleaning the house. So we just supplemented our husbands.
Right.
But now that there is a huge economic disparity, what's your view on a woman who, like the woman in the movie, Vanessa, who kind of is this lawyer? She makes a lot of money. She meets, he makes less money, not a lesser man, but lesser money.
Right.
How can that work? Or
sure it can work, because your value isn't how much money you make. Your value is who you are as a human being. Men get women all the time. You have a man that makes $10 million a year, and he'll meet a girl at Applebee's and date her and even marry her. He don't judge her based off of how much money she makes. He judges her, hey, if she's nice, does she meet what I need in a woman? Oh, I fall in love with her. Here's her. Hey, my family, this and that and third. No, even the family don't say how much money she makes.
Sorry,
she makes $10 million a year, just like you.
I don't think a rich woman is going to meet a waiter at Applebee's.
But that's the difference between men and women.
Right.
Men will sit there, and if he sees a woman that he's attracted to, he do not care if she works at Applebee's, Walmart, whatever. He doesn't care. But once again, I can't even say you acting like, well, those who do it, of course, acting like men, because men don't even do that. Men don't judge women based on how much money they make, especially a man is well off. If he likes her, if he really likes her, then he's gonna be with her.
Right. But we look to men kind of as our protector, our provider, traditionally speaking. So that is a kind of thing that we have to work out.
Yes. Women naturally want to have a man with resources, but this is the problem. Women themselves don't make high dollar salaries. Let's say six figures and up, right? Black women make, I think, average between maybe around 28 to 30,000 on average, and black men is somewhere like 40 to 42. Okay. So the average black man is going to make $40,000 to $42,000 a year, right? Those who making $100,000 or more a year in the black community is now you get into the top, 1 to 2% of black men. The majority makes $40,000 to $42,000. So a guy like in the movie is going to be your average guy. There's nothing wrong with him, because what he's doing, he can actually flip that into a business. What if, you the lawyer, you know about business, help him flip that into a business and grow that, and then he can get employees, he can do whatever. Now he's making a bag just as much as you. It's all about coming in and say, okay, I got this expertise, I got a little bit more resources. If this is a good man and he got a drive, let me assist him in doing this, because yes, he may be making 40 today, but shoot, in a year, 2 years, he can be making 400,000.
That's right.
But that's not how today a lot of the modern women think. They think very selfishly. And when they go back to our grandmother's times, they didn't think like that. They thought, let's build the family up together.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I was blessed enough to have all great grandparents, and I saw the difference. I think my generation is like the first, and then after that, it just became again. So I just I was excited and happy to make a movie that kind of reached women and make a part 2 that shows women. So this movie showed the problem. And then part 2 that's coming up will be the solution, basically how you work it out for the ladies. It's also a book that's coming out. So everything and a man is, what we all want. So I'm just excited to be able to screen this and show some of your viewers and then see what happens, in the next few years, if your voice and voices like this film is able to.
Project Warlock 2. Don't understand this game, so I'm gonna have to get good practice. Buckshot Software. Is this thing gonna load or not? Come on, bro. You forfeited your life. You gave away your life. I don't want to hear no complaining. We all know. What the hell are these settings? The performance settings, performance. Give me all that. Give me all that. I have to just bring it down a little bit more. This is just freezing too much. Riz! Riz! Needed. I don't have the key. God damn it. Secret has been found. Oh. God damn it. Back to that red door. God damn. Supposed to be 1-1. God damn. know I saw you. Same area. Very surprising. Got mouth. Starting to play aggressive now, huh? Starting to play aggressive now. Starting to produce some moves. Starting to my ass. Pause. This is the first level, at least. Oopsie. I'm gonna need a blue key. I don't have any blue keys around here. Back up, sweetheart. Don't run at me. sense. Cause I wonder why around here it's so quiet. I don't have the blue key. Body armor, yeah. I'm pretty lost now. I don't know where to go. I see what's up there, but I can't reach it. on, bro. Come on. They spawn so many enemies in one spot. Can use one type twice. I forgot to figure out where I went. This game is fun. Surrender. You must keep your eyes head. I'm gonna surrender. What the fuck is that? He blew himself up. He blew him up. He blew himself up. Yep, give me all of that. getting his ass beat. This game. This guy is something else. felt good.
Village. His head fell off.
Slidey. I have a red key. Not the keys. Yet, at least yet. Peace, bro. Yellow door. Select these for now. Add another 2 barrels to make it super shotgun. Auto reload. Yes. This is Oh, this can be destroyed, unfortunately.
surrender.
That was something to suffer through. There's fire everywhere. Come on, bro. ass got cooked and blown up. Have a seat, my friend. Bloody chunks. Still can't get this thing to work. The fuck it is. stay right down there. I'm right up here. Seems like all these idiots don't only know what to do is to blow themselves up. Bro, these guys are stay in one spot and hide until you start shooting. Can't be more girl than that. scam, bro.